to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant!
Judgment, Austin.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative, and I see a lot of people in here. Hey Marion, good to see you. I see Holly S, Mally Cat, so good to see you. We try to stay drama free. I know there was a lot of drama today, so much drama in the LBC, you know. It's it's hard to stay away from it, but you know, I think it's a positive that the RICO is going to be looked at. So we don't have a hearing, but I wanted to talk about it. And I see Ann Reynolds in here. Good to see you, Ann. Little Miss Sharon, Peggy. I see Twitch, Andrea, and we're going to get into that, Andrea, as far as I can tell. Right, I am not a lawyer. I'm not the farthest I've studied law is real estate. So, but I do feel like there are some things that we could read through and understand and have a collective understanding. I see Sorta Morta, and then also I love that name, Sorta Morta. And also I see Panda Bear's mom. So good to see all of you guys. Hey Trishy, so nice to see you and everyone in the bushes. Thank you for being here. So there's a few things I just want to talk about. And obviously we were talking a lot about, keeping the faith, because that's what Seth's big message. Sorry, I have like a lot of rogue hairs going on today. And so we're trying to kind of keep that in the forefront. I try to anyways, because I think it's hard to do when there's so much that, a lot of it comes with patience, which I struggle with very much. And so I try to be patient about things, and I try not to worry about things. And so I think, that all falls into the realm of trying to keep the faith. So, hey, Prickly Pear, good evening. Good evening. Thank you so much for all of you guys being here. I don't have a lot of clips tonight, but I did go over some information on Mr. Ease, right? I listened in on the replay, caught a little bit of the live. So, and then I had to go back. But I will say that there's some really strange goings on X, right? And you guys know I'm on X, but I'm not like on X all the time. So same thing with Facebook. I need to step up my game. And hey, Mini Panthers, good to see you. So I do need to kind of step that up and start sharing things over there. And I'm working on that, multi-streaming and all of that good jazz, but not really one of my major goals. I'm trying to just get better at it, but I guess there was something on X I wanted to share with you all. And thank you to the person who sent this to me. So this is a filing, and I don't want to seem like I'm being insensitive or sexist or anything like that. But I do think it's odd, because this is a filing for a restraining order for Hong. And maybe I need to take my banner down. Sorry, guys. I'd like to have the banner, but it interferes a lot. So this is what we're looking at. And I just don't see the guy on guy restraining orders very often. And so I was kind of taken back about it. But I'm not hating or anything like that. I'm not trying to throw shade or anything. It's just odd. And then, so this is a filing, and, pretty self-explanatory, gives the dates and everything. So it was just filed. But I heard that there was an X account that was taken down by SF. So I know there was a lot of like people saying that, let's see, because I did write it down. I guess that SF, he decided whenever the RICO filing came out that he was going to take his X account down. Now we kind of knew that, right? We kind of saw him do that. But hey, Lori. Hey, Carla, good to see you. And we kind of, you can go to his page, and then also same with Barbecue Lady. So they're all of a sudden, Cinderella, good to see you. They're kind of dropping like flies here, and and I'm not trying to be silly, but you guys know how I am. It's like, what the heck? And apparently there's no hearing, like I said, for this RICO filing. It's just been agreed to be seen by the judge, because they did file some paperwork prior to this, but they also added some things in. Now, if you guys have ever had to be in any type of litigation, I will tell you, you have to make sure that your documentation is there, and it has to be in order. And it's not an easy process. Also, I noticed that Steve Fisher has gone pro se, which means that he doesn't have a lawyer. And that's not a great thing to do. I mean, it's a fool. You have a fool for a client when you do that, right? Sometimes you can't afford one, and one is appointed to you. Hey, Rogue, good to see you. Hey, Connie, good to see you. Blessed. Oh, so nice to see everyone coming in. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. Hey, Butter Biscuit, Astrology for Mystics. Good to see you. Yeah. So. And then also Holly S, no worries. I just can't get to my emails as fast. And this, when you have to read these pages, and of course I'm trying to understand because I'm, not as versed. Hey, Hope Flow, it's good to see you. Just me. I'm not, I'm kind of like, the blind leading the blind when I'm reading these documents. And so I kind of need, I need to take them to a lawyer and have help, to help me figure them out. But I mean, a lot of it, there's good thing there's not a whole lot of words you have to look up. It's pretty self-explanatory. Trishy says FS, this is MO. He's fraud in every way, in my opinion. I mean, like, it's weird that he just all of a sudden he's gone. And I didn't know what to believe, right? And I still kind of don't, because he could just be attention seeking. And then also we've seen a lot of weird stuff, but like there was another comment in Mr. E's that I found to be interesting. And I wish I could have watched it all the way through from the beginning, because that's how my brain works. And I get a little bit screwy when I don't do that. But he said that CP was basically running a disinformation campaign using creators to push his false narrative. Now, that's allegedly in Mr. E's opinion, right? It was on his show, but my opinion is very much the same, because this is something that we've kind of we watched with our own eyes, right? Us YouTubers, when we go back and forth, and even as an audience, you all have seen, probably way more than I could ever watch, right? Because I'm trying to create the videos and I'm getting ready for the lives and stuff like that. So it's really crazy. Oh, no worries, Rogue. I'm sorry to hear that you weren't feeling well. Oh my goodness. No worries. No worries at all. Hey, you guys, if I don't see you, I do worry about you, but I'm not ever upset or anything if you're not here, because I get it. I totally get it. People have lives too. And I encourage people to, get off YouTube sometimes, because it's tough. That's why a lot of times I'll go for a swim, or I'll go for a walk or something like that, just to get my mind off of it. A lot of times I have my earbud in, but that's, it's just something, other stimulus, right? And maybe just listen to like a guided meditation on YouTube or something nice, not having to do with true crime. But I know that we all love true crime, and we want answers. We want justice. Hey, Love Horses, good to see you. But yeah, and I do worry, because I don't want you guys, like, of course, you think, oh, I hope they're feeling all right and everything. Yeah, Rogue says this is irritating that lawyers are involved, and where is searched, and where a courtroom seeking justice. Well, and see, I think a lot of it on the civil side, right? Because this is a civil case that has been filed, right? It's not like a criminal case where they're trying to press criminal charges or anything like that, right? It's a civil matter. And so it's my understanding that with it being that way, there may be that only restitution right now, since no criminal charges have been filed. And of course, that is an option that we have when we've been wronged, right? We've seen many times where people have taken this option. The most recent example that I can think of would be the Petito Schmitz. They decided to take civil action against the Laundries, right? Because they knew that, Roberta knew, and I mean, they knew that. No doubt. So, and they, kind of harbored their son, wouldn't tell the truth, right? We see that a lot here too. Another thing I wanted to kind of bring out, I'll pull it up. is this. Like, this is Katie's LinkedIn profile, right? And it's public, you just go look it up. And but JLR had posted this on his channel, and I screen grabbed it. I was watching it on 5D, and it says that she's a home installation tech, real self-explanatory, Brinks Home Systems, right, Gallatin. And she is has been working there for quite a while, right? 3.5 years is a good amount of time to work someplace. She does installation programming, burglary, CCTV. I mean, these are the kinds of things that make us go, and we wonder. And hey, Meow, good to see you. Unjustice Project, thank you for being here. Litigation is a blast. Litigation is a blast on the legal side if you're not a party to it. Yes, I agree. I mean, nobody wants to be involved in anything like that. They really don't. Some people don't think before they do stuff, and then they end up involved. So I have to, also think of it in that way. But I mean, like, with Katie, she's been in the U.S. Navy, says still to present. So, equipment installation, troubleshooting. Yeah. So 12 years and 6 months. And I just wanted to show that because I thought, well, that's pretty interesting. That Katie has, a wealth of knowledge when it comes to systems, troubleshooting, camera equipment. It's just kind of bizarro land. Yeah. Well, and I think Rogue too, it is a split. There's battle lines are clearly drawn, right? And I don't agree with that. I think that we should kind of come together, but I know that there's certain things that we're not going to agree on. And that's even true like amongst all of us here in the chat. There's a lot of things that I'm sure people you know, out of respect might hold back on, or we ask like tonight when we do talk about the other people, and I don't have anything screen grabbed to show all of you, right? Just because I want to make sure that we don't put any information out there that's not, people are psychotic. Like, I don't want to put anybody's information out there so some creep can troll them in real life. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. Hi, I like your name. Good to see you. You do Unjustice Project. Well, I'm going to have to get a hold of you on an email, and you're going to have to help me understand. Make it make sense. Injustice Project, please. I wanted to say one more thing, guys, before well, here, I'll do the disclaimer. Basically, just be nice in the chat and don't say anything bad about other people. Try to be nice. Hi, Sharon, and respectful. Just another human. Good to see you. And if there's something that's brought up, we can discuss it. But I just don't want to, because of course, I don't want to leave you guys out of the discussion. Say, well, I could say whatever I want, but I also. Oh, thank you. Hey, Jude. But I also, want to make sure that like nobody comes in and sees the chat later on and says, oh gosh, they were being mean to me or something like that, or somebody gets their feelings hurt. I don't want that. So, you know, we'll just be nice about it. But I mean, obviously, I know SF is going to be a little bit hard to do that, guys, right? It is going to be for me too. Barbecue Lady, I don't know a whole lot about Barbecue Lady. I read a lot about her in the Filings. Same with Granny's Watching. I don't watch Granny's Watching, right? I tried to watch it a little bit because I knew she was covering Sebastian, and it was just kind of night and day from what I was used to watching. Just really fact-based, more fact-based, like somebody like Plunder or Stephanie Harlow or Derek Levasseur. Like, those are the people that I like to watch because they're more fact-based, and it's not like a whole free-for-all of like weird information all the time. It's very structured, and that's kind of how my brain works. Mally Cat, thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom membership. I'm so thankful for you doing that. That is so sweet. And if you did get a membership from Mally Cat, please say thank you and welcome to Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives. We still don't have a good group, but it's a good family in here, guys. I really want to thank all of you guys too for always being kind in the chat. And I feel like I don't have to do a lot of disclaimers all the time, which I mean, I know probably in theory I should be. But you all are so nice and kind to each other and respectful if there's differences of opinion, because there always will be, no matter what. Even if you're best friends with somebody, even if you're married to them, even if you're whatever, your mom, your brother, sister, whatever. Everybody has differences of opinion. Hey, show poodles, and it's okay. It's not a reason to hate. But I think a lot of this too, because I will say I saw. And I'm not going to call people out on it, but there were some creators that were like, this is ridiculous, and I'm sure a lot of you probably feel like, wow, this is ridiculous. Like, how does this help find Sebastian? And I think the problem that Seth is running into is that it's not helping to find Sebastian, but it's also hindering, because there's a lot of hindrances that I saw even in the first one. And there was like all these exhibits, right? I mean, it was like crazy amounts of information. And it really did demonstrate kind of what is going on. And I just think that there is an organized effort to, kind of spoon feed a narrative. It was also said that Chris was spoon feeding narratives, and basically a YouTuber admitted that Chris was feeding questions to this creator in a live interview. Then another time in December, it was also said that the same thing was going on. So, the problem is that Chris has been doing this behind the scenes, but this is what my question is. Why is he doing it, right? This is his stepson. This is somebody who he's supposed to love, protect, he loves his mother, right? He's supposed to be loving and protecting his family. I don't get it. Hey, Lil Redo. Hey, Butter Biscuit. Oh, did somebody... Aw, Holly S, thank you for the super sticker. That's so sweet. I love your avatar. It's so cute. Aw, thank you. Hey, Megan Els, good to see you. Good to see you, friend. So yeah, I mean, Unjustice Project says when SF dipped on his opposition to the injunction, it spoke volumes of what's percolating. I think it's very telling, like, about what's going on behind the scenes and just his character, because as I said, usually it's kind of almost like it's not as bad as Chris going after BHB, in my opinion, because BHB is a lady. She wasn't gonna hurt Chris Proudfoot, and then he goes off and is like, she was gonna bring a machete, and I did get to catch that. I was so glad. Machete karate, right? Because it's ridiculous, right? It's ridiculous to me. And then I also see like SF saying he's afraid of Hong, but this whole time they were like going at it so hard with each other. I mean, it's just very inauthentic. Hey, Little Redo says the filing was very interesting today. I think it is very interesting, and I was really grateful that they dropped a link to get to it. The last time it was kind of like, I think it was just PDF. This time it's set up a little differently, where you actually are clicking into each document. So like you'll see the defendants and their attorneys, and you see the whole group. I was trying to pronounce Nick's last name. It's very tough to pronounce, right? But you have like Nick the Hat in there, you have Dog the Bounty Hunter, you have Hong, you have Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, right? So a whole lot of people that are kind of coming together and saying, hey, look, this is what's happening. And it's not helping. It's actually harming the investigation. And then I also wonder a lot about like the money aspect, right? Because like it's very much the root of all evil in a lot of situations in life. And we see it here so badly with poor Sebastian's case. I mean, just the things people would do for it, right? And for just to lie and outright lie. Hey, Funtuski, good to see you. Um, it's nasty. Aw, thank you, just another human. That's so sweet. You guys are all the reason why it's like that, though. You know, it's definitely all you guys because you guys are all just awesome. Um, he can. Marion says he can run, but he can't hide for so long. I know, and that's the thing. Um, you know, I will say he gives me the cowardly vibes, right? Like he's willing to come up on panel, but he doesn't really have a lot to say. He didn't seem like he was genuine, you know, but I think it's par for the course when it comes to like what the Proudfoots are trying to do, right? Like I'm saying, why are they doing this in their son's case? But they're very actively sabotaging positive efforts to find Sebastian. Um, and it's very disheartening. And, you know, if I was the parent of Sebastian, I would take legal action if that's all I could do. Just like Gabby Petito's folks, that's what they had to do to get some form of justice and for the truth to finally come out because people have to be deposed in situations like that. And, you know, when the judge says, yeah, I think this warrants a hearing, um, you know, I think it's a positive thing because I think it needs to happen on a legal level. You can't go over and knock a bully out, right? Because then you're going to get in trouble and you'll be in jail. But you could take legal action, and that's the smart move, I think. You know, so that's my take on it as a creator, because I know there's a lot of creators and a lot of people out there that probably think, you know, how is this helping Sebastian? You know, why are they doing this? Um, what's the point? You know, but they recently had people taking hits out on, you know, I mean, big name people like Dog. Um, Mr. E said something, or I think it was Aunt E that said something about how just go and look back about how many people were watching Dog and rooting Dog the Bounty Hunter on back in the day, and now like there's all these people that are saying horrible things about him, and it's like so weird, right? It's kind of like being in the Twilight Zone. It really is. It's weird. Thank you, Lori, for the green hearts. For Chris, common sense flew out the door. Well, you know, and that's the thing. He thought he was being so slick, and it's like you're not being slick. Hey, Crafting in True Crime, good to see you. Aw, thank you. But yeah, it was Barbecue Lady. Apparently, Megan Els is what I heard. Because Megan Els says I heard another one skipped out, like SF did on X or whatever it was. And see, I'm not good on X at all. Like I have the Lady Freedoms on X, and you know I go on there most of the time if somebody sends me something from there, you know, and then I'll click the link. Same thing with TikTok. I'm horrible with TikTok, but yes, you know, there's people that are kind of dropping off, which I mean, maybe something came out, but it seems like it might have been prompted by this filing. From my understanding, I mean, I don't know what you all think. Yeah, I hope CPS gets involved, Rogue. I really do. I really do. Well, I think it's a good thing that he was able to get this filing to go through, because it might deter people. It probably won't. Some people are going to be really mad and they're going to go harder. Some people are going to take a step back and be like, it's probably not a good idea to continue doing this, because, they're taking legal action. That's kind of the point. You know, it's just kind of the point. If they were to stop doing what they were doing, then there wouldn't be a reason for it, I guess, Hey, Ann Brock, good to see you. Oh, yeah, Lil Redo, you need to let me know when that is, which day and what time. I know, because I'll forget, and, then I'll... Yeah, when you run, you're hiding something, a Lil Redo, I agree. Especially when you've been so boisterous. Now, also, he's been working on that account for quite a while. So it's not anything that, he's been working on that account for a while. It's not like a new account that he just started for Sebastian's case. It is like hardcore, right? So I mean, the proof is in the pudding. I think the proof is in what we're seeing, Aw, thank you, Panda Bear's mom. No, I didn't hear that, Holly S. Says, Holly S. Lady, did you hear they're all going on AMW? No. No, I did not hear that. And, that's the thing, trying to read all this stuff, and then also just kind of understanding it. It's so much. Carla says, Rogue, how is the ball in Seth's court? He is the one that has been searching and spreading awareness about his son. Ball's in CP's court. Well, and I feel like right now he's got the upper hand, winning the winning it. I should say, how do I say it in a legal way? I guess, he was granted a hearing. Right? He was granted a hearing. So now the ball, I think the ball is, Carla, in KP's court. Yeah. Yeah. Hiding things. Hope Float says, yeah, I agree. Rogue, I hope that LE can check out camps, behavior camps, church camps, along with the Amish and FDLS community, in my opinion. Yeah, Funtuski, I mean, I still think that the guy in the yellow jacket is weird. I don't know if he came and took Sebastian, it was planned out, or what. I don't know. That guy had pictures of him on his phone. Like, I'm sorry. I know that that's probably a little bit crazy for some people to be like, no, I don't think it was, but like, I saw it on there. So I'm very much a believer in that. And then maybe he did get taken and put someplace, even though it's on my lower lists of things, but it's very confusing in my brain, since the yellow jacket guy is there. You know what I mean? Astrology for Mystics, thank you so much for your super chat. She says, keep it classy with Sebastian as the subject, or with hashtag in his name is acting as an adult and not juvenile. Thank you for keeping it classy. Thank you, Astrology for Mystics. That really means a lot to me. It really does. And thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's got to stay in Sebastian. And I know it's hard to keep on the course, right? Because there's so much crap out there. And I'm guilty of looking at it too. Half the time I'm just trying to figure it out in case it gets brought up. But then, I sit there and wonder to myself, damn it, why am I wasting my time with this? But I will say that I don't think this filing is a waste of time. I really don't. I think it's, kind of needs to come to light what's going on. Because there's definite laws against it, and then maybe it will stop, and they'll have to talk about something, deep dive into the case, instead of always talking about, how horrible all the creators are against each other, and poor Seth. And, I just don't think that he deserves it. I just don't. And there's things that I think could go too far on Katie's side too, And Lil Redo says, what came out today was the corrected version of the filing filed as an emergency filing. It will be heard by a judge as soon as possible. Yeah, Lil Redo, thank you for saying that. So basically, there was one, Mr. and Mrs. E went over it, right? And then they had changed some and, corrected the paperwork, right? Because there were some, I guess there was typos. I'm not 100% because I didn't look at the first paperwork. I've only looked at the second bit. But with that being said, they tightened it up a little bit. See, and this is the thing I was gonna get into that, Lil Redo, and I'm glad you mentioned it. When you get into like a litigation like this, you're dealing with judges who like want quick answers, right? They just want you to, like, that's why if you go pro se, they hate that. They just want a lawyer who understands everything and the lawyer can explain it to you, right? The judge gets really pissy when people go pro se because they want things concise, right? And it has to be under the law, and it's very, very difficult. So apparently when they were drawing up the papers, but they did file an emergency filing, and the judge is going to hear it. We don't know when, but it's going to be as soon as possible, like Lil Redo says. And, I'm praying for the best. I hope that we can get some sort of a solution here and maybe they'll stop the nonsense, I think it's important to do that. I know there was a lot of things mentioned too with like little bits and pieces that I caught. SF Investigates was a main manufacturer of the information about Seth and Katie's relationship. I feel like it went way too far. That's something that we cannot change either way. And it's something that, in my opinion, I think it's false, right? I mean, I do. It's not that I'm willing to not listen to different points of view, but in my opinion, I think that Katie and Seth had a pretty normal relationship and it wasn't anything as it was portrayed by SF. And that might be something to consider here. There could be a reason why he's just scurrying off, shutting down accounts, and things like that, because he's really went very far. And in my opinion, Katie was right there, pushing for this. Katie was right there saying, yeah, I'm a victim. In my opinion, in the background, behind the scenes, she was saying that, because what other motivation would SF be doing that for? Let's get justice for Katie against Seth and da da da. I mean, he was pushing very hard for that. And again, I don't go on X a whole lot, but I know it was like a nonstop campaign to tarnish Seth's reputation. And as somebody who has dealt with that firsthand now, and on a much smaller scale, thank God, because what he's dealing with is ridiculous. Like, I can't fault him for sticking up for himself. He doesn't need all of this. And DJ says, that makes me scratch my head odd. DJ, thank you for being here. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm probably really behind in the chat. I'm just going to mosey on down here. Good to see you, Love Horses. And Astrology for Mystic says, it's so hard. We are all guilty, but always bring it back to Sebastian and where he can be found. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I think there's a lot of information to examine in this case. I mean, not just like the RICO stuff and everything, but just everything in the case. And then going back to the beginning, because a lot happened in the first week, right? I mean, there was search parties out everywhere. What areas did they focus on? What areas can still be maybe researched and things like that. I mean, I know, and that's another thing that I do know Seth's working on. He has search teams out there, people helping him with that. So that's good. And I hope he has the most up-to-date information of where they have searched versus where they haven't. And I'm just so grateful. We talked about that last night too. There's a lot of people out there that are actually still going out and searching. So, we really got to be grateful for that. Hey, Michelle Scott. Crafting in True Crime says, I found 2 interesting things on Facebook. I would like to email you, but they keep saying not valid. Oh, I'm so sorry, Jacqueline. I meant to email you back. I will email you. I'm so sorry. I meant to do that just to make sure that it's working. And my Lady Freedoms should be fine, but that's weird. Hey, Shadow. Shadow says, I thought Yellow Jacket and Green Hoodie were sus. I think they are too. Well, I think Dog thinks the Green Hoodie sus because he's put out, recent videos making us kind of look at Green Hoodie again, right? There was some sort of strange interaction. I am positive about that as well. And the Yellow Jacket, of course, you guys know. Seth, I agree. Astrology for Mystics. Seth just wants to find Sebastian. And that's what I think makes me so mad about this like targeted campaign against him is that, they're trying to say, well, we're going to get you. I mean, and they were threatening like criminal legal action against Seth. Like that's how far they went with it. First of all, but just trying to drag him through the mud and ruin his reputation, and all it really did was make people, it's funny how that works too, because it makes people want to support him more because they're like, why would they do this to a father of a missing child who's trying to look for his son, who all he wants to do is find him, So thank you so much for your comment because I agree with that. Lil Redo says this filing has been received to the court system and will be heard by a judge soon. Yeah, it's an expedited filing. And that's the good part too. I'm really glad to hear that it's going to be something speedy because again, I don't think that he deserves to put up with the crap. Let it stop. Our friend Mom, and she likes to say cut the crap, and it's true. Cut the crap. Quit putting this crap out here and acting crazy. It's just, and then detouring the situation because there's been a lot of that too. We all know from the beginning of this case, a lot of people have been threatened. The United Cajun Navy came in, they were threatened. It's not a secret. It's just that law enforcement didn't do anything about it. And that was another thing that bothered me with law enforcement in this case. And, I'm not afraid to say that. It's not anything personal. It's just that I don't want it to be personal when it comes to, we see Katie's LinkedIn, she's still in the Navy. We see Craddock's Facebook and he's still in the Navy. It's just, it makes us worry about the intentions and what could have been overlooked in the beginning, which I think there were things. And so, but yeah, that's frustrating to me because I know on April 2nd, Craddock was saying that there wasn't any threats, but there was a lot of threats that people were talking about. And it was very, apparent. And then also I remember Seth being like, hey, I'm trying to keep my searchers safe because I'm getting threatened and they're getting threatened. I mean, that's awful. Hey, Jude says America's Most Wanted is a syndicated TV show. Yes, I love America's Most Wanted. I love John Walsh. Crafting in True Crime says there was typos in someone who was removed, in my opinion. Oh, okay. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. I don't know why I didn't make that connection. Crafting. Oh, good Lord. Probably so. And that part of it, I will say, if somebody doesn't want to be in it, in the kids and stuff, well, take it out. You know what I mean? That's that to me. And again, we see how normal, reasonable, this is terrible, reasonable people act, when they're just asked, hey, I know there was a lot of hubaloo or whatever over it, it was crazy. There was like all kinds of crap going on with it. And just over and over and over again, but yeah, if somebody doesn't want it, take it out. And that's how normal people act, right? For some reason, there's a lot of people that like to torment other people and they find great joy in it. And those people have to have legal action taken, they just do. So thank you, because that makes total sense that yes, that could be a strong possibility in my opinion. DJ says the yellow jacket guy has definitely made me question his purpose. He didn't appear to be working there, and he had all weird white bag with something blue on it. It never personally seen at the Texas Roadhouse. Well, and I mean that's the thing. It is he was very out of place, and if I would have saw him take food away, and see, I do want to watch the video all the way through and everything, start to finish, no editing, to check for him and stuff and see what he was doing. But they were both very weird. Like, I don't know. I've worked at very busy restaurants and things like that, and you don't just normally see people meandering around not buying any food or drinks. It's just, and you very seldom. I can only recall a couple maybe instances where somebody comes in and uses the bathroom at a nice kind of a chain restaurant like Texas Roadhouse. It's kind of mid grade, right? Expensive for, it's kind of in the middle. It's not high class or anything. It's not fine dining. It's just, kind of, it's a steakhouse though. And yeah, it's just weird. Like, it does make you wonder, what question their purpose. I agree, DJ. Because if they would have had food or something, I don't know. Well, yeah, Rogue says, I think if CPS is served, it could get the case rolling, is what I was trying to say briefly. Yeah, and I mean, if well, I don't know that they're going to do anything through CPS. I will say that CPS is another cowardly organization that doesn't really, well, they skate accountability constantly, right? I mean, somebody got fired, but I just, to me, I wouldn't put a whole lot of faith in CPS because they fail kids all the time, and they totally failed Sebastian. Apparently, there's still like an open case out there because he's missing, or because they never closed the fifth one. I don't know. Because, again, when we hear from the parents who had open cases against them, Seth didn't, right? He found out about it later. But the ones that had the open cases, they won't tell us the truth, right? Because really, Chris Proudfoot sat there and debated with Josh the Lab and, about to the CPS cases, and he said, well, they're required to open one up, and if there's a missing child's case, and that the other ones were all closed. But then we find out from Seth that there was 4 CPS reports that were closed and 1 that was still open, and so that would make it 6 CPS reports if we're to believe Chris. It's just very confusing, Rogue. It really is. Yeah, super suspicious. Lil Redo says, I will say that after hearing all of that, I can see why extra people were put into it, and I'm beginning to believe they should be a part of it. There's people that I heard mentioned that I'm surprised aren't a bigger part of it, Lil Redo, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Not that I'm hoping for anybody to have to go through litigation or anything like that, but it's just, just from what I've observed, some of these people seem like they were, deserving of being in that type of a kind of, because it is so organized, and like we were talking about when Mammon was on panel, I mean, there are alt accounts, there are people that act way differently in real life than they do online, and certain things like that. So I mean, it's very organized and it's very sneaky, and it's dangerous, honestly, for a missing child's case. And it's also dangerous for the people who are involved. And I find it, um, kind of funny, not ha ha funny, but, funny, ironic, or, however you want to think of it. But it's like, you have SF that's sitting there taking a restraining order against Hong, and then saying, oh, I have to back out of the Sebastian Rogers case because of the YouTubers, but he's directly named in participating with YouTubers and TikTokers and, hate campaigns. Um, it's odd, it's always, we've, in Sebastian's case, in my opinion, we have seen nonstop bullies turn around and play the victim. We saw it with Chris Proudfoot and BHB. We saw it with Seth going through all of this nonsense, and then one of his people, who is basically dishing out the same thing that Steve Fisher is, but when Steve Fisher gets it, he doesn't like it. And basically, I'm the victim now. I'm scared of Hong. Baloney, you're not afraid of him. Come on. You're a grown-ass man. And I don't mean to sound sexist, you guys, so I'm sorry. I know we have some guys in here, and I love you guys. But it's like, come on. And I'm sure your guys' wives and girlfriends might agree with me. It's to the point where it's ridiculous, and maybe some of you will agree with me, but I'm not trying to say that it's not okay if a man feels scared to do this. I'm not saying that, but in this context, I think it's like, oh gosh, like, spare me. Astrology for Mystics says Pennsylvania is a money bucket for TV. No doubt about it. Good luck is all I can say. Well, and I mean, that's the thing. It takes a lot of money, and I saw a lot. You can see the filings and how much money is involved in this as well. And so it's not cheap when you're involved in this litigation, and you have to get a lawyer. I mean, if you don't, you're, God help you. Hey, Rob Beanie. Okay, I know what it is. I don't use initials very often. I feel dumb. Oh, no worries, Rogue. I know it's hard to see. That's another part that's really confusing. Sometimes I go into other people's chats that I've not listened to before, and I'm like, who and a what and where? Just like, I really loved reviewing Crime Time Buzz. She did a good job, but it was very hard for me going in and never listening before to hear about all of these codes. And, I'm used to KK and Edgar. So, and I know there's people that have said, who's KK, who's Edgar, and it's just fun. It's comical. But it does take me a while to kind of recognize their lingo and then say, okay, this is this person. Okay. Now I know, now I'm on the same page with you guys. I understand. And we have to do that too, because, again, these people might get upset. We have to say allegedly in our opinion, right? Always, because we can't state things as facts, especially in a case like this. Now if we were to talk about Harmony Montgomery's case, Adam Montgomery has been convicted, so we don't have to be as careful, as we would with somebody who hasn't been convicted or arrested or any of that, right? Which is the Proudfoot. They have not. Same thing with Seth, that's why this lawsuit is kind of hairy, right? Because you have people that have been making up, false allegations, and then Seth and his team is presenting this to the court system and stuff like that. And Ann says, I still believe that CP and KP and the Bower Sox are involved in all of this about Sebastian missing, in my opinion. I believe that too, and I really do, because I think for it to have worked out, and we only see one light source come out, one light source go back, because I do I think the lights video is important. I think it's the most important piece of evidence. You know, although I will say Katie having her window rolled up and not down, looking for her child at a slow speed, that really spoke volumes, right? And then also when we examine, you know, her going in to find Sebastian, her going in there to find Sebastian missing that morning, waking him up for school at 6 o'clock, but then the call wasn't until 6:33. You know, and thank God law enforcement got there quickly. I will say that, you know, and I've always said they had a swift response, which was I'm very grateful for that, right? Because the little boy's missing, a young man rather. Um, hey, Sammy. Sammy says, "Here I come, strolling in late, and y'all are talking about who wrote the injunction. I wish they'd let me edit it the next time." Oh, that's so funny, Sammy. Oh my goodness. Well, you know, and you might be able to help me out with understanding it, because I'll tell you, it it's not easy to navigate. It's not easy to navigate when I kind of don't understand all of the verbiage, but you know, um, there's a lot in there that's kind of, like I said, easy to read. I will say that. You know, some documents can be really full of like whatever legal jargon. GJ says it also appeared weird that the dark-haired kid in yellow jacket were hiding behind the employee door as if to block the camera's view. Well, in when we looked at what the pink sweater lady was doing, that was my biggest gripe, was when she was doing her thing, that guy had the door open, so it was like, dang, you can't see, you know, what's going on behind the door, because, you know, I mean, I think that it's really interesting to examine that, right? Like it's very um it's all very odd behavior by these people. And like I said, I might not feel that way if I didn't work at a restaurant before, and you know, but it's like it was just very odd. Like, you always think of people, like I said, maybe going up and ordering a drink and leaving, you know, because if there's a full bar there, then people do meet more frequently and have a couple drinks and leave. You know, maybe they don't eat, or maybe they just order an appetizer, that's it. But I think it was, I know that door gets me too, DJ, it does. Yeah, okay, yeah. Hey Jude says it will show the money trail, in my opinion. That is a really big one. It's a really big one for me. And I'm glad you brought it up, because, you know, again, it's like one of those things where something to that level being exposed, then it would be something that would come into, you know, a criminal a criminal matter. And so, yeah, there could be a lot of fear there, you know, because it's all fun and games while you're wreaking havoc everywhere you go, but then when you have to pay the piper, it's it's a whole nother ball game, right? Because all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, well, I was having a real good time when I was, you know, harassing and bullying these people, but then again, behind the scenes, I was also doing this other really dirty stuff. And so it's going to be interesting what comes out. And that's the thing, that there was a lot that came out, and that's why you would go the civil route, you know. And Lil Redo says, I truly only support Sebastian, and they have interfered with searches, etc. Yes, and that puts his life in danger, and has stopped them from searching, and has caused a huge delay. See, that is my biggest, and that's so well said, Lil Redo, is that's my biggest thing with this, is it's like, it's very obvious, and they have a lot of evidence to back it up, or supporting evidence, right, to show that there is interference, you know, and you just cannot be doing that. And it's odd that the other parents, and we don't see this very often, right? This is kind of really rare that we see a parent on one side looking for their son and, doing the vigils and, going online, bringing awareness, trying to still get on big people like Nancy Grace, right, to spread awareness. But then on the flip side of that, you see, a stepfather that can't stay off the internet. He's going and trying to tell creators what they should say. I will just say, as a creator, I have Seth coming in here and saying, thank you for talking about my son to myself in the chat, and says hello, and, and is very polite and very thankful and grateful, which is so sweet. And I'm so grateful myself for that, because it lets me know I'm doing the right thing, right? But in the same way, you have Chris Proudfoot, who is going and voting people off of an imaginary island that a creator does for fun. I don't even want to over explain it, and Loretto, yes, a huge delay, a hindrance, it's very obvious. And I hate to beat a dead horse, but that's where I stand, with Sebastian. But I can't just sit there and be like, well, the other parents are just as trying just as hard. They're just simply not. It's crystal clear, Chris, that you're not trying. You're spoon feeding people narratives. You're going on, instead of going on Dolly when he was talking about Sebastian, or when him and PJ are up there having a discussion, because they've had those before. I've saw him do it, do those conversations, right? But no, instead he goes on when Turtle Island is on, does that instead. I mean, it's just, actions speak louder than words. And Michelle Scott says, I hope it shows that, Jude, in my opinion. I hope so too. I hope so too, Michelle. And I think it will. I really think that's a huge part of it. I do. I think it'll probably blow our minds. And Funtuski says, Ann Brock, the family church, could have a hand in the trade-off, in my opinion. I thought there was a lot of bizarro stuff about that. How they didn't look for Sebastian, how they didn't seem to, care. And Rob Beanie says, I'm hanging in there. Excuse me. Hey Jude says, Rob Beanie, I'm hanging in there, doll. Hope you're well. Aw. Hey Jude, you're so sweet. And Megan L says, I agree. Hey Jude, lots and lots of money, but now allegedly CP has been coaching YouTube creators as to what questions to ask their other creators. Well, and that we saw that, I'm sorry, but we saw that like firsthand when Elevated Truth went up and he was like, there are a lot of things, and I do think Katie and Chris are suspicious, and and like it was like they just all came in and was like, nope, you can't talk like that. We need you to push the narrative that was given to you by Chris. And it's just very apparent. Hey Susan Kemp, good to see you. In my opinion, if KP was a victim, it would. Well, and I think she could very well be. Hey Jude. The Proudfoot's going on 8 AMW is odd. TJ. Thank you so much. Hey Jude, that's so sweet of you. And Susan Kemp says, have came out before SF. Oh, did I read that other one wrong? I'm sorry. Let's see. Yeah, I think so. I see what you're saying, Susan. I think so too. And I will say this. I think that that was my biggest problem, because instead of investigating what happened to Sebastian, he was investigating that. And it had to have been fueled by Katie, right? Because that's something that would have happened in her past, right? Allegedly. And so if that happened in her past and she was still dealing with trauma from it, then, I mean, arguably, it would have been her call, right? Because even though SF said that he's working for Sebastian, he was being paid by the Proudfoot, or maybe the Bower Sox and the Proudfoot. However, they had it worked out. But I do think that, you know, she was orchestrating that. She was pushing that narrative. Yeah. Because really, anybody that, you know, if a private investigator was pushing that on his own, and, you know, I would think, in my opinion, how I would handle it would be like, I would be like, stop, you know, going after my ex-husband for that. Like, it's not helping anything, you know. And I will say, we also saw Seth doing that all the time. Hey, James Cooper, good to see you. So we have seen him do that. Like, no, I'm not going to talk bad about Katie. Hey, we're not talking bad about Mom. You know, I've heard Tony say that too. Mathis, not Tony Fire, Tony Mathis said that. You know, he's like, we're not going to talk bad about Katie, which I think that's smart. You know, Astrology for Mystics says, I search for our missing kids daily. Sebastian, I search for him alive. If he's deceased, I have a theory for what that, or for that, and where he can be found. That's my focus, finding these kids. Thank you so much, Astrology for Mystics. And that's the most important thing, in my opinion, too, you know. And that it's hard to stay focused, but if you just keep it to that, I think it's we're more likely to find him that way than we are, you know, talking about the drama and, you know, just getting sucked into the, you know, nonsense and craziness. And but I appreciate you, and that's, we need more people to kind of stand up and be like, you know what, I'm not going to talk about the crap. I'm gonna we're going to talk about what could have happened here. And there's a lot to examine, and you know, and I know a lot of you out there are like this too. You know, it's a mystery, it's a puzzle. We like to kind of get together and solve it. Even if say one little piece we could put and say, okay, this one fits. There we go. We got one piece more than we did. That's important, you know. And I think I have faith that we can do things like that together. And Funtuski says John and Callahan Walsh. That's what I was trying to think of, Callahan earlier, his name. Thank you, Funtuski. With America's Most Wanted will be interesting. Hopefully it will show on YouTube, in my opinion. I think it will. And, you know, there might be a reason why John Walsh wants to meet them. So I mean, you know, it could be. Yeah. Hey Jude says Rogue, it works either way. Astrology for Mystics says Seth has been dragged big time. He really has been. And you know, for being the only father, or excuse me, the only person looking, you know, and actively doing the right thing, in my opinion, it's absolutely insane. It's just not right. And you know, it's something that eventually, hopefully with this, it'll kind of simmer people down, but you never know. Okay, because Rogue says, because in my opinion they will try everything to keep from getting exposed and going to prison. Yeah, well, yeah, I agree. And that's part of it. It's the desperation, right? You know, a lot of it is desperation, that they probably know that their time is coming. You know what I mean? It's not like, I don't know. I just feel like the pressure is on right now. Oh yeah, you can email me, Rogue. It's just Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives at gmail.com, but there's no apostrophe in the email. Oh, I'm so sorry, Love Horses. I hope that you're feeling better, recovering. And Hey Jude says, Fantuski, it can be streamed on YouTube next day. If I'm correct, I remember Dr. Phil during Summer's case. Yeah, I think you're right. Hey Jude. I think you are right that is how it works. because a lot of times, they want to push it out to all of us and everybody. So I know that they tend to do that. And Rogue says, and also, in my opinion, the same suspects are Chris, Katie, and his mother, stepfather, and a cousin, and probably sister knows all of his family, probably knows something. Well, and they did gang up on Nina, and that's what makes me think that they, have done the same thing here. It seems like it is a family affair, but, and also it could have been they got dragged into it, after the fact. So, thank you, Lori. Thank you so much. And DJ says, I really felt it was targeted assault on Seth, and there are very few people that would have any reason to put shade on Seth. Exactly. And it's tough because it was so targeted, and we talk a lot about like smear campaigns and things like that over here because it does happen. If somebody doesn't like somebody, then they start talking really, really bad, especially, it's what narcissists do, really. And I think that we're dealing with a narcissist with Chris, in my opinion. And again, I'm not a medical professional, but if you just go and look it up in the DSM-5. It's the diagnostic manual for, diagnosing the personality disorders and different things, and that they use. You can say that if this person fits 7 out of the 10 criteria, and that's just me guessing on it. But if they fit many of those criteria, it's like a personality disorder. And you can see that with CP, in my opinion. The smear campaigns, the fact that they'll never let his ex-wife Nina out of court because of faith. He doesn't do that to any of his other 3 wives before Nina and Katie, because she has his daughter, So when you deal with narcissists, it's very typical to have that targeted assault. And thank you so much, DJ, because that's a great comment. Yeah, it could be same day streamed. Hey, Jude. Hey, Chloe Jade, good to see you. So good to see you. And Michelle Scott says, Lady, what is the purpose of the Proud Feets going on America's Most Wanted when, in my opinion, they are the reason he's missing? I think that possibly John Walsh wants to meet them. I really do, Michelle. And I think maybe he wants to see if he could catch a vibe off of them or something. I really believe that. I don't know who set that up. I actually didn't hear about that until earlier today. But, I think they need to do everything they can. And I think that's a step in the positive direction for once for them. I don't think so either, Rogue, but I'm really trying to keep an open mind and root for him, because I want him, I want Sebastian to be found, and it's really in his hands because it's his jurisdiction. Yeah, organized. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Yes. DJ. Yes. RICO means organized crime, racketeering. Yeah. And, in my opinion, it falls into organized crime, just the way that you see it all happening. Even on YouTube, even on X, all of these platforms, you can just see it. Just because people are doing it over the internet, that doesn't mean that they're not accountable for their actions, Injustice Project says SF is careless, but his moves are very calculated. The fact that he went dark isn't good. I believe that too, Injustice Project. It is very strange. Yeah, and I think he is careless. reckless, and I do think that what he's doing is very strategic. I think that he thinks that he, is the smartest guy in the room. And so he thinks that he's going to be able to duck out of this once he created this complete shitstorm. And he's not going to be able to. He needs to go buy himself an umbrella because he started it. And now, now he wants to duck out. It's like, what the hell? And Sammy says, as far as them not being reported to Sumner County, no one knew if they could trust someone at that point, but they were reporting to the FBI in other counties. Yeah. Are you talking about like in the first week, as far as them not being reported to Sumner County? Imperfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, and where was LE when his searchers were getting threatened? Right. Why wouldn't they come out and protect the searchers? And see, that's what's upsetting to me, because Craddock was saying he wasn't getting any reports of any type of threats. But then you would hear from the people that were getting threats that they did report it to LE. One example being the United Cajun Navy said, they reported it to Sumner County, and Eric Craddock turned around and said he never got the report, that he wasn't aware, or, Hey, Jude and Chloe, the wifeys. You guys are so funny. Crafting in True Crime says it was terrible to add her and her business in that filing, in my opinion. Yeah, I do think that they should have probably asked. I don't know much about what happened behind the scenes or anything like that, but the fact that they took it out, I think speaks a lot about the character, and just, again, an example of who you're dealing with, versus these people who don't want to stop. They want to continue on and on with the nonsense, and then you have other people who are very willing to just go ahead, and if somebody doesn't want to be in there, they'll take them out. No harm, no foul. And I think that some of that was a bit overreacted and overplayed, but that's just my opinion. To me, I wouldn't I would have asked probably to have my business and kids taken off of there, and when they did, I would have just been like, thank you, I appreciate that. Not everything has to go full blast online, and that's my opinion too, guys, and I know that probably won't be popular, but every little thing that happens, I don't have to fire up a live and start ranting and raving at you guys about it when you don't even have anything to do with it. It's very much more mature to handle things behind the scenes with respect, and that could have been taken care of with a quick email. In my opinion, hey, I don't want to be in this anymore. That Lesniak guy has a phone. And I'm also saying that because of personal experiences. A lot of times people on YouTube just want to embarrass other people, in my opinion. And it's just going way too far. Like, that's when you become the bully, in my opinion. And Susan Kemp says, I don't think Chris will be able to dictate how it's going to go on America's Most Wanted. Also, I hope Katie does the talking. Well, and she really should, in my opinion, Susan. And I understand it's probably very stressful for her. Not even probably, it's absolutely stressful for Katie to get up there and talk, right? I'm sure it is. But she was the last one with Sebastian, and she is his biological mother. So, I would rather Chris just kind of sit sit backstage and root for her in the green room, That's my opinion on that. Sit back there and be moral support. Give her a hug when she comes back off the show. There's no reason for him to be there if he wasn't there at all, and he wasn't there the whole week beforehand, which we're supposed to believe all of this crazy crap. I just, yeah, I hope so too, Susan. I hope that he takes a step back and starts acting appropriately. But yeah, Chloe's here. Yay, Chloe. Guess what I was forgetting? The S at the end of. Oh, okay. Oh, good. Crafting. Thank you so much. I'm so glad. I was a little bit like worried because I was like, I don't know how on earth they would ever get in there, but and Carla says unjust. I believe he is scared. He knows he can lose his license with what he's doing. Yeah, and I mean, you know, he's been doing a lot of stuff that is very unreasonable and unprofessional. Rogue says, I wonder why they didn't want listed on it. That makes me suspicious as well. It makes me wonder if they have a criminal background and didn't want it outed on social media. Strange, but okay. Wonder why I didn't. I don't know who you're. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit confused on who they is. And I know I said we can't really talk about creators. Didn't want listed on it, which makes me suspicious. Susan Kemp, it makes me nervous. All three together like secondhand anxiety. Hey Jude, I feel that. And Michelle Scott says Yellow Jacket, loose mask, no gloves, just a bad cover in my opinion. Yeah, well, and he didn't want to touch anything. That was another. There's so many suspicious things about that, you know. Funtuski says, was FS's sponsor? Could that person also lose their license too? You know, I don't know a whole lot about that. I really don't. But it is an interesting thought. It is. Thank you, Rogue. And Susan Kemp says, hey, Jude, I heard they will not be on together. Well, you know, and I mean, there's a lot of things people can do, like, especially TV magic, right? We got editing, and you could, you know, do separate interviews and still do for the greater good, you know, which is finding Sebastian, in my opinion. And James Cooper says, just makes you ask what this world is coming to with our children and how many just go missing. So very sad. Just heard about that little girl they finally found in that burned out house. Kalani? Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't hear about her, James. Oh my goodness. Well, and I agree with what you're saying. It's very difficult because, you know, there's no answers. There's just no answers. And you know, they're still missing out there. I agree. And Anne Brock says all of this about Sebastian hits home for me because I have autistic grandson myself. Oh, well, Anne, I appreciate you being here. And you know, I really believe that is one of the you know, greatest gifts, I think, in the case is that we have the autism community coming together to build awareness about what's going on with Sebastian's case. I see so many people, and I get so many messages from all of you who do have children who are on the spectrum, or grandchildren, or family members, and it just really warms my heart that everybody's coming out. You know, to kind of be united for a good cause. So thank you, Anne. Oh, gotcha. Thanks, Hey Jude. Susan Kemp. So Seth in one part and the feet's in another. Yeah, and you know, they could do that. They could just interview both parents. There's nothing wrong with that. Why don't they just interview Seth and Katie? I wouldn't be interested in, you know, maybe that's just me, but I wouldn't be interested as a journalist or someone in a TV show like that to talk to Chris Proudfoot. There'd be no reason for me to talk to him, you know, and I'm not trying to be mean. I just think that if he wasn't there, he wasn't there, you know? It's funny that he inserted himself when it came to the 911 three-way 911 call that allegedly happened, but other than that, he doesn't know what happened the night before because he wasn't home. what part does he have in it besides, making it a shit show circus, in my opinion. And Ann Reynolds says, Lady Freedom, I love your channel because you're so very consistent in caring about Sebastian and his dad. Oh, thank you, Ann. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you being here and a part of our community, and you guys are also, I'm so grateful for the way everybody is in the chat and supportive too. So thank you. And DJ says, have you seen the latest Texas Roadhouse video today with the guy coming in and stopping by Pink Sweater, then making eye contact with each other? I have not, DJ. Is that on, did Dog release it? I need to check Dog's page. Susan Kemp says, James, yes, so sad. That happened near me, and tomorrow is her birthday. Aw, Susan. Oh, that's so sad. And, these kids don't get to see or experience life. That's the saddest thing. And Little Redo says this blabbing crap, calling Ellie names, accusing them of not caring, etc., has ruined the Ellie's ability to have valid tips called in and a trust issue. I agree with that 100%. I think a lot of it, they're like, oh, these pesky creators, and I'm sure they're not going to be, they're not going to be so quick to reach out to us, right? Because, to them, we're really not helping the case, right? So, and, maybe they're right. But I agree with that. We need to keep the tip lines open for valid tips, and, that's what's most important. Thank you, Lil Redo. It's very dangerous, and I'm disgusted by some of the things that people have done. It is dangerous. It is dangerous. I believe that. I do. Yeah, Lori says yes. I do, because the thing is that it's like, it's kind of, in my opinion, wrong to call out Brandon Carter when he seems to have a pretty good reputation, and he's the only one working on the case. And then also, like I said, they probably are not going to be very quick to get back to the creators. We just have to understand that there is trust issues there, and rightfully so. Hey Jude says, I love seeing Seth, but C and K just make everyone mad. I know they do. And I mean, I would like to see a genuine interview done, so maybe they'll feel comfortable. We're just going to have to see how it plays out. It'll be interesting, to say the least, but and Rogue says there are law enforcement agencies that have legit jailed people on suspicion, and they were right about their suspicions. But the thing about these blanks is that Chris and Mama would sue. Well, and that's the thing, they might. And especially, I agree with you, like when I think of like Megan Boswell, they were able to get her for lying to the police, but we know that Proudfoots have lied to everybody. So it is frustrating. And it just shows the difference in the dynamics there. It really does, because you're dealing with a younger child, I can't call him a child, but they're, Megan's much younger than me. You're dealing with her and versus people who, are both Navy trained, have money. It's a totally different ball game, in my opinion. So thanks, Rogue. And Joni says, I hope that they make examples out of the bullies. Bullying is not cool. I hope they do too. And I kind of feel like it's a step in that direction too. And, it can also set precedents in other cases. And so it could be a very positive thing for this to go through, and for a judge to say, you know what, this cannot continue. When you do things like this, it's against the law, and we have to uphold the law, even if it's happening online. I agree with you, Joni. Thank you. And Michelle says, I hope America's Most Wanted asks the CP to bring the proof. They'll wait while you go get him, in my opinion. I hope so. I hope that John Walsh is ready to, you know, do his thing and get it going, for the better of Sebastian's case. I mean, I think that he's very keen on people, and I bet you if he gets a weird vibe off of them, it's over. It's probably curtains for them. So they better be prepared to um, act right. I think that we're going to see a very similar reaction like we did on Nancy Grace from Chris and Katie, that kind of sedated, oh shit, I mean, that's what I saw anyway. That was my take on the Nancy Grace interview, but we'll see how they perk up, and we'll see how many times they laugh. Probably won't be any times, because John's going to be straight down to business, and so is his son Callahan. They're very, in my opinion, from everything I've ever saw of them, they are very much strategic in their mission to bring justice for children because of what happened to Adam. As a matter of fact, Adam was with his mom in the store when this all occurred. And, John's going to be able to see right through Katie. He knows what a grieving woman looks like when it wasn't her fault and she didn't have anything to do with it. Let's see what happens. Let's watch. James says, wow, Susan Kemp, I did not know what that, and that makes it so much sadder that her life was taken and not able to continue to grow. I always remember that our children are of tomorrow, and knowing, I know, James, tomorrow they won't ever get to see it. I know, it's so sad. And what they could have changed in the world, things like that, when somebody just takes them out of the world like that, it is absolutely horrible. And Hey Jude says, Little Redo, some terrible people exist around Sebastian's case. I agree with that 100%. And they need to be brought to justice. They cannot do this, because look, if they get away with it here, they're going to get away with it other places. And I really think that Sebastian's case has done a lot to out people for their dirty deeds. So, sometimes bad things will happen, but it'll cause change to happen too, and I believe that's kind of what is happening here. And Funtuski says CP calling out his alleged friends in LE didn't help either, or having a neighbor also in LE might have put people off, in my opinion. I agree with that too, Funtuski. That's a really good point. A really excellent point. I mean, and I'm not saying that law enforcement is perfect across the board. We've talked a lot about law enforcement on this channel, Sumner County in particular, Eric Craddock's statement from a long time ago, that sort of thing. But I also understand that, there can be kind of a shift, and I think that there needs to be one. But I'm also not afraid to call out, when I see an injustice in LE, because it's important. They're not above anything, they're people just like us. Hey, Jude. Carla says, I will catch up later. Got company. Bye, Carla. Thank you for being here. And Rogue says, Chris is not afraid of anything but prison. He is faking it just to start trouble and look fragile. It's a mask. Well, and they may be facing military prison if they are still active as their accounts say they are. I mean, those might be old accounts that have not been updated. But I will say, it doesn't look that way when we look at Katie's Brinks history, right? And, they could very well get court-martialed, which I think they should, for the abuse that Sebastian endured by the hands of Chris and Katie allowing for it. I think that they should, if they're still in the Navy. Oh, that's weird. I just got a email from you, but Jacqueline, but oh gosh, my phone's gonna die on this one. I just got your email, Jacqueline, but it said undeliverable. That's odd. Hey, Jen, if anyone remembers little Cody Bixby's parents were arrested on suspicion alone by their actions without his remains. I do remember that, Jen. Thank you for bringing that up. And, that gives me hope, too, because, that where there's a will, there's a way, right? And we need to find that way here. We just need more of a will, in my opinion, Lil Redo says, I will tell you that Ellie is not going after them for the child abuse they were, and why Sebastian's missing is the big case. Ellie is focused on the big case, not the child abuse. They're not going to be focused on that. That'll just be evidence that will come in at trial, in my opinion. That's how I think that's going to go. I really do. um Michelle Scott says, unfortunately, I wish it were the 80s soundproof room. Like, let Seth in the room with CP. He would have Sebastian, in my opinion, not trying to be mean, but I mean, I know, I understand, and I'm sure Seth would like nothing more than to be, let that happen, it's just, ugh, those are the things that upset me. Thanks, Funtuski. Thank you so much, Bless. That's so sweet. Hold on. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, okay, thank you so much, Blessed. Oh my goodness, thank you for gifting 5 Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives memberships. My goodness. I did not see that. Oh, thank you so much. I know I'm very behind in chat. Hey, Forrest. Hey, Detroit Rock City. Good to see you, Sasha. I think it would be on the ID channel. Is America's Most Wanted, isn't that on Hulu? I think now I'm going to have to definitely get Hulu again. I've not seen one decent interview with CP and KP yet. I'm holding my breath. Well, same Lil Sharon. Oh, Lil Miss Sharon. And it's so nice to see you with a wrench. It looks very nice on you. I'm so glad to have you on the Mod Squad. Wonderful. And Sasha says, so my guess we're looking for 3 perps. Well, I'm thinking 4 or 5, but I could be wrong, but I'm definitely thinking that. I heard it's on April 4th. Thank you, Lori. Thank you so much. I mean, I think they should. I think they should be rogue. I mean, if they're still active and they're running amok, that's unbecoming of their, role in the military, right? I mean, I would think their superior officers, I'm surprised they don't know what's been going on, Maybe they don't listen to YouTube, though, you just never know. Sometimes they just don't know. Oh, good, crafting. I did get it, but it said undeliverable or something. It's weird. In my opinion, America's Most Wanted CP and KP to tell the real truth on what happened and where he is. I think that they will be in the hot seat. I do, James. I really do. And that's my hope and prayer, is that they're put in the hot seat. There it is. I got it, Jacqueline. Oh, good. I'm so glad. Military prison is easy for them. I sure hope not. Well, and see, that's another thing, that it might be more cushy than other places. But again, it's funny, Michelle, that you say that, because like today I was watching Vinnie Politan had interviewed the guy that had beat up Scott Peterson in prison. And I guess like Scott was playing pickleball, and like this guy just decided, like, he's like, he made me sick. And this guy was like, I mean, all tatted up and everything, and he was like, I don't like when little kids are hurt. And we know that he, unalived his wife and unborn child who was 9 months old. Connor was his name. He had not been born quite yet, but he was ready to be born pretty much any day or week, within a week. And this guy decided that he was going to, rough him up. And, I just think that, even hardcore prisoners have that kind of code of conduct and ethics where you just don't hurt little kids. And so I think karma would be well served, but I could be wrong. I'm just hoping. Hey, Detroit Rock City, good to see you. Yes, crafting. I'm so glad. Thanks, Lori. Oh no. I know. Well, and see, and I was like, "Oh, I'll email you." And then when you said that, I was like, "Oh gosh, I know I did not email her after that, and I needed to." Crafting. So I guess Tennessee local law enforcement, the district attorney, all say abuse is okay, I guess. Well, it bothers me too, Sasha, because the problem is that it's very apparent, right? Five CPS reports, five CPS reports, and it does make it seem like they are okay with it, like it's no big deal. And then on top of it, I feel like Sebastian was more vulnerable, right? Because he had the chromosome deletion, because he had autism, because he had a pocket of fluid on his brain. They could have hurt him. They could have really hurt him. And again, I don't feel like it's right, and again, for people that are on the spectrum, even, that negative stimulation becomes kind of part of a routine, and it has a negative effect on them. And so they'll be seeking out that sort of thing, and it's not right. Because um people who are on the spectrum, they don't think the way that we do, right? It's different. And I think that needs to be treated more severely when there's abuse of a special needs person, in my opinion. I think it should be an absolute no to use that as discipline, in my opinion. um Yeah, force it. That'd be I mean, it's very interesting, to kind of figure out what's going on there. I agree. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, like BHB said, Tennessee tends to lean toward no body, no case, which is an injustice for the victims and families. I agree with that. I do. I know that when they do try it, I read somewhere that it's like 80% conviction rate. But in this case, I think that it would be far too risky with it being such a high profile case. Um, but I agree. I did also see that in my research that they're they tend not to try to do that, but when they do, it's a good success rate. But it's so tricky because you only get one bite at the apple. Hey Jocelyn, good to see you. And thank you for everybody coming in. You're welcome, Lil Miss Sharon. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the Mod Squad, guys. I really do. I couldn't do it without you guys up here every night because I can't get to every chat, and I really, oh, goody. Yes, Crafty and True Crime, but I love all of you guys. Right. Unbecoming of an NCO. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Couponing. And it's so good to see you. Um, it just is. And then, because they're taught not to, I mean, across the board, I think nobody likes it when a kid is being harmed or something like that. So I'm just surprised that they're if they if they're still active, that wouldn't kind of kick in to the jurisdiction of the United States Navy at that point. Who knows? Maybe they're taking their word for it. Maybe they were brought in and questioned and they said, oh, nope, we didn't have anything to do with it. And maybe they're waiting on law enforcement to do something about it, which is sad. It really is, and it's maddening for all of us to sit here and watch it, because a lot of us are like, well, what about this? And the abuse is a major one for me. We've talked about it a lot over here, because I do think it's something important that we need to keep on recognizing, and not let that kind of fall, but by the wayside at all. Did you watch that, Sasha? I couldn't believe it. And he's still saying that he's innocent too. Like like Scott Peterson was telling that guy, and I'm sure it made him even more mad, that he's innocent and he didn't unalive his wife and his little boy Connor, little not even born yet baby. I hope so, Forrest. I really hope so. And I'm trying to keep that faith up too, because I know that's what Seth wants us to do, but I'm also very proud of him for standing up. Good night, Crafting in True Crime. Thank you so much for being here. We'll see you next time. Oh, Michelle Scott says Lady F, America's Most Wanted, says Fox, but it's on Hulu. Okay. Oh, great. Thank you. I thought so, because I knew that was another thing I used to watch on Hulu. So of course now I'm being pulled back in, but I will. I'll go over and grab one so I can watch. Because anything that has to do with legitimate people trying to find Sebastian, I think John Walsh is a wonderful person to go to. I really do. I have a lot of faith that that's going to work out very well. Going to John Walsh, it will open up a humongous pool of people who don't do YouTube, right? Because there's a lot of people that don't. And it's going to be people clicking their TV on, clicking Hulu and saying, oh, I can't wait for the new America's Most Wanted. There's Sebastian. That's what it needs to be about. And that's what it needs to stay, being about. When there's drama around a case like this, and people aren't going to want to touch it, right? Reputable people who have a reputation to uphold are going to say, I can't do that drama. And then who falls by the wayside but Sebastian? It's not fair for him. There's nothing right about it. And that's why the RICO filing is so very important, that a judge takes a look at this and does everything that he or she possibly can to make sure that justice is not hindered for this young man. It is so very important. And I just can't stress that enough, because I understand there are a lot of people out there that will say, this is so silly. Why do this? It's so important. And that's the reason why, because there's been several foundations that have pulled out. We had Joe Petito getting threatened not to be on Seth's panel by the haters. And guess what? He didn't go on Seth's panel. And Seth had to go up there and talk about his son, knowing that he wasn't going to get the kind of support that he already thought he had because of the haters. It's real, you guys. This is real. And it needs to be addressed. It needs to stop. Because it's not helping find Sebastian, and it won't, in my opinion, and it's because, big name players are not going to want the drama that are associated, and Sebastian needs the big name players. He needs them. Just like our little Summer, she needs us to talk about her. That's why we're revisiting her case. It's important. We have to do it, and we have to do good with it. We can't just rub poop all over it and say, here you go, you want to cover this? No, nobody's gonna want to cover. I mean, that's what they're doing. I mean, I'm sorry, this is what they're doing, and it needs to stop. And Diane says, thank you for keeping it real with no drama. Thanks, Diane. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys. Like I said, you're the biggest part of that, because there's people that love the drama, guys, and they're going to always go seek it out and try to find it. They really will, they just will. Bruises everywhere, Sasha. I mean, And James says, I would like to know what CP and KP on how they were discharged, if honorably or not. See, it's to my knowledge, James, that Chris retired from the Navy and he was honorably discharged. That's to my knowledge. And then Katie is still active, apparently. And just keep in mind, Katie is much younger, right? She's like 35, 36. You know, I don't know. I don't know Katie's birthday, guys. You know, I don't go that far into people's lives. I really don't. I try not to. I kind of, you know, she's just younger. I know she's younger. Yeah. So sad he got beat up, not Detroit. You know, and that's the funny part, because I'm just sitting there going, I don't know, I kind of like this guy with all the tattoos. I'm kind of glad he caught old Scott on the pickleball court, you know? I mean, gosh. Rogue says, just like the Wells didn't get charged, do kids not matter in the state of Tennessee? Well, and you know, and that's what's really important too, Rogue, with this comparison, right? Because it is kind of a more direct comparison with it being in the same state, because it's so different when you go state to state. You have state to state laws, right? But then we all have federal laws that we're all, you know, under. You know, that have authority over us, right? I should say. You know, but your state laws too really matter, and how it's handled. And you know, it is something to be said that both of these cases are in Tennessee. You know, thank you, Sharon. Thank you so much. DJ says, yes, who would want to be on the wrong side of the prison bars with folks who have nothing to lose since they are already in prison, some for life? I know, DJ, this guy was like, oh, I used to be in the gang, but I'm not anymore. And then he was like, I found God. And he's like, and then that guy was acting really scuzzy and telling me that he didn't unalive his wife, that he's innocent, and that her family is supportive, which we know Miss Rocha is not. You know, and so he was like, he pretty much said that God told him to go beat Scott Peterson down in the pickleball court, and he did. You know, good night, Mally Cat. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you sleep well. Thank you so much. And Sasha says, it's not right ignoring all the abuse. It's illegal. Actually, it is. It is. And I mean, it's so hard. It is so hard to watch it kind of be swept under the rug. I just don't have the faith that it will. Gosh, I hate saying this, you guys, because I really want to believe in the good in the world always conquering the evil, right? I always want to believe that, but like, CPS is its own beast. CPS can do whatever they want. They can ruin lives. They can drop the ball for little kids. They can take kids from one horrible situation and put them into a, you know, equally or if not worse situation. We've seen that happen. They're never held accountable. It's not just a problem that we see in Tennessee. It's not just a problem that we see in California or Florida or Connecticut or New York, Chicago. It's not just a problem we see in one spot. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. And until we can get better systems in place and accountability for CPS, unfortunately, abuse is going to keep falling through a crack. The same crack, just it's not different cracks. It's like the same freaking crack, and it's through the entire United States, in my opinion. Because it's not. I mean, look at Idaho. We saw that with that beautiful little boy, Joshua McCoy, 5 years old, about to turn 6. Rugs all over the house, needles, pill bottles, human feces. DFS had been there, CPS, Department of Family and Children, whatever you want to call it, had been there multiple times. Little Joshua was nonverbal, autistic. He used a device to communicate, and he was found not far from his house, his mother's tire tracks right near where he was found. No signs that he was walking through what he would have had to walk through to get to where he was, right? Not dirt on his feet, not, cuts on his feet or anything, like he walked out there, another barefoot. I mean, it's just never going to change until there's accountability for CPS, because they make decisions all the time that put children directly. Harmony Montgomery, her daddy had a teardrop tattoo. You mean to tell me in the justice, and I can't even, in the injustice system, that you don't know what a teardrop tattoo is? They really need to do some more research, in my opinion. And I'm not saying it's everybody. There's some really great souls that are just trying to do the right thing in CPS. There are some amazing social workers out there. There are, it's not their fault that the world is the way that it is. They're trying to better the situation, right? So I'm not saying that. But then there's a lot of people that just don't give a damn. Or they get so defeated by a shit system because they see people falling down the cracks all the time. Kids, families, all the time. It's just my opinion. It took Seth Rogers requesting documents as the father of a missing child that had these multiple CPS reports for any type of accountability to occur. If he was the type of person who would have just left that alone and said, you know what, there's nothing I can do about it anyway, that person would still be working for CPS. It's only because he initiated and got the paperwork to get the reports sent to him that anybody was held accountable or fired. Think about that, you guys. I mean, it's so sad. And Robini says, KP is still active on LinkedIn, so she could be brought up on charges through the military, right? I'm thinking so. See, that kind of made me, when I saw that on JLR, I'll pop it up for you guys too, because I had it up earlier. That's the conclusion that I came to, and that's why I saved it, because I was like, I want to show you guys this because this is interesting. I thought Katie was not active, but she's claiming to be active, which is interesting to me. It's to my knowledge that Chris is not, that he is retired. But here we go. Thanks, Robini, and I'm just going to take your... Thank you for the hearts, Diane. So yeah, it says active, and I'm thinking that maybe something can happen militarily, because they usually don't allow for things like that. Like if you do something and you hurt your family, or you're held to a higher standard when you're active duty military. I mean, you're still, property of, the Navy, the Army, the Marines, when you're active. And she says active Navy to present, And just hold on one second, guys. Sorry about that. Hold on one second. Okay, sorry about that. I had to grab my little charger here thing. But yeah, I'm just curious. I'm just really curious, like, as to what's going to happen with that, because I would think that, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that the military is, if she's active today, that they're not fully aware of what's going on. But I don't know, stranger things have happened, and in this case, who knows? Hey, Carrie Star, good to see you. Funtuski says, Carrie Star, did it have to do with wife 3 that got that finally caught up with CP? I keep seeing the disappointment in Sebastian's behavior at the Texas Roadhouse, and I fear. Oh, sorry, Forrest. I think her behavior is absolutely odd. I really do. I think it's absolutely odd. Um, Carrie, I must have missed your. Okay, I see it now. Okay, rumor has it that CP is or was forced retirement. Okay, forced retirement as opposed to dishonorable discharge, just shy of 20 years. Oh, I see, Carrie. I didn't know about that. That's interesting. I wonder, I mean, sometimes that happens, because of course the military doesn't want to have somebody who's been in there for 20 years come out worse than they were when they came in, kind of thing. I mean, obviously it's not a good look for them. And I could get into conspiracies about our service members, but I don't really like to do that either. I mean, or corruption, different things that's happened. And when we see a case that happens, and I definitely don't mind talking about it. But I would think that they would be on track to kind of figure out what's going on here. I mean, I would think anyway. um America's Most Wanted doesn't return until 4/21. We will see when they air Sebastian's episode. Oh, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. Okay. Do we know what the source? Thank you for letting us know. Do we know what the source of that was by any chance? Does anybody know who said that they were going on there? And Sasha says, bad look on Whitley and Craddock. Horrible look. Yeah. Yeah, Ray Whitley. That's the district attorney. Yeah, couponing says unless they're reserves. Which I mean, I would still think that the military would have to have known about what's going on. I don't know. I'm just surprised if they don't know, though, Sasha. Funtuski says Carrie Star, did it have to do with the third wife? And that's a good point, Funtuski. Okay, now that makes sense. Sorry, I had to go up a little bit more in the chat, guys, so bear with me on that. But okay, yeah, because there was, I mean, obviously, military. Chris goes for military women. He doesn't typically go for women who aren't in the military. I think he likes the benefits. And Forrest says, I keep seeing the disappointment and fear. Okay, I read that one, Forrest. Thank you. I see it too. And James says, Carrie Star, really, I believe that was a dishonorable way or another. Well, see, and I don't know for sure. That's just what I heard, that it was honorable. But, that could have been, rumors. So, I would think, Sasha, that they would see that as abuse. I do. Rob Beanie says adultery, probably adultery. His wife was pregnant with when he got with CP. Well, and that could be too. That could be, Rob Beanie. They frown upon that kind of stuff. That's not something that they like to, because that's goes against the code of ethics, really. Yeah, thanks for that, Carrie Star. Lori says, Forrest, I could see it too. And Sharon says, in my opinion, did you hear HPD was there first at the Proudfoots before Sumner County Sheriff's Office? So we know how he called someone in HPD, and weird that these guys behind the Proudfoots works with HPD. Oh, that is weird, Sharon. That is very weird. I didn't hear who was first on the scene. I did not know that. That's interesting. And Carrie Star says, Robini, yep, KP could, if she is still present in the military. I see, and that's that's what made me think that, because I honestly didn't think she was still um, active, you know? Me too, Rogue. Me too. They're gonna charge us up the butt just to go ahead and redo our thing. I know it. I'm gonna go in there. They're gonna be like 17.99. I'm like, fine. You know. Sasha says, I hope the people in California come out of the woodwork and they moved for a reason. Well, you know, there was one lady that was serving with Katie that came out. Uh, was it on Queen Bee? I think it was. Either way, she was very neutral. She had good things to say about Seth and Katie and Sebastian. So I'm surprised more people haven't come out though too. Rogue says the drama is also being caused outside of social media, but on social media, it's ruining the case. I agree with that 100%, Rogue. And Mammon was talking about a lot of that too, and she knows a lot about it. The people that are doing the stuff behind the scenes, and at least they're aware of the ones that are doing it, because I saw, Crabtree and, all the usual suspects. And Robini says John Walsh can understand like no one else can as well. I believe that, Robini. I mean, just, like I said, his poor wife, when that happened with Adam, he knows what a grieving mother looks like. He's going to be able to see right through Katie in a heartbeat, in my opinion. They do. They have got to quit ignoring victims. Thank you, Sasha. They do. They do. And Carrie Starr says Sharon, his first was to his neighbor who lives behind him, CC, part-time HPD officer, and their friend at night confirmed that Carrie Starr, yes. Yes. And I don't know when they confirmed that, but I've known that for quite a while. I just didn't, want to accuse anybody just for having an association. So thank you for that. Elizabeth says how the police are the radio searching for Sebastian barefoot on a half hour before Seth arrived, and pointed out that all Sebastian's shoes were still by the front door. Yes, Elizabeth, thank you for that comment. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And someone last night said that's how we knew that Sebastian, that's another clue that we have that Sebastian made at home, right? That his shoes were there. But then I was like, well, maybe not, but maybe, you know what I mean? Thank you, Diane. Well, it's definitely not, of love and a Christian spirit, Sasha. I mean, to be honest, it's like anybody that's willing to lie for the parents of a missing child or make them look better than what they are, like, I know I made that joke, polished turds, but I mean, And Anne says, I have something to do in the morning and I need some sleep. Good night, Anne. And I will not miss America's Most Wanted because my son had it and he passed away. It's not been renewed. Oh my goodness. It should be on Fox, just the Fox TV though, Anne. We could try to see if we can find it. It would just be on like your local Fox news station, I think. And does it come on? See, and I always watch it through the apps too. And maybe we can help Anne, guys, if it comes on what night of the week. I thought it was like Friday or Thursday, but I could be wrong. Yeah, great point, Elizabeth. Thanks, Rogue. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, OMG, yes, I remember that. Seth handled it very well, though, and was honest about why Joe Petito wasn't going to be on. He was very honest about it. And, I appreciated that because, it needs to be known. Hey, KJ Mack. KJ Mack says, James Coover, I am starting to wonder if some of the criminal elements have realized how easy it is to stir up this demographic. It surely would be a good plan to deflect attention away. Amen, KJ Mack. That is so well said. I can't agree more with that. Honestly, it's pretty obvious that there are people that are trying to hinder the investigation, what's going on, the whole 9 yards. trying to sway the public, trying to persuade the public that, the Proudfoot are innocent. Look at Seth. But he's the only one that actually had like the timeline or anything out of there. He's the only one that did that. He's the only one that said, here's my timesheet. Excuse me, not timeline, timesheet. So there's that. And Sasha says, oh, Target, she hit 40 last year. Told you, brain burn. Sasha. Forrest says, I still keep the faith that something is going to open up the truth. I pray all the time. I know, and that's what we really, really need is the truth. That's the only thing that's going to be able to save us in this situation, I believe. I do believe that. And one person that really holds the key, in my opinion, to the truth would be Katie, because she was the last one there, Hey, Angela, good to see you. Angela Salatano says, did Lady Justice cover them going on America's Most Wanted? Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where that originated from. I've just heard it. Little Redo says the situation is the missing loop presumed family abduction and a bigger charge. However, they can add the abuse case into the other case once he is found. Yes, Little Red. And that is what I'm anticipating is going to happen. I really do anticipate that happening over them, picking it up as a separate charge. So thank you. Yeah, I agree. Rogue says that sounds like something that could have happened. I think so too, Rogue. I really do. That was a really well said comment, KJ Mack, and we also see that just with our own eyes, Hey, Donna, good to see you. And Unified for Summer, good to see you in here, Unified for Summer. Hey, Lady and Family Justice for Sebastian and Summer. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Thank you for being here. And Sasha says, oh, 38, almost 40, overweight brain, burn my opinion. Sasha. And James says, it's not true that there is many forgotten missing children's cases in Tennessee. Excuse me, is it not true that there are many forgotten missing children cases in Tennessee? I believe that I heard that out of all of the Tennessees in number one when it comes that Tennessee is number one when it comes to missing kids. And I'm not sure about the exact statistic. I just know that there are, plenty. And it just makes you wonder about the policies and procedures. It does me anyway, and Forrest says, I agree about CPS. It's all over the country. Yeah, it's not just one area, like I wish it was localized somewhere where we could be like, well, what they're doing isn't right. Maybe they could get, some more training or, more resources to help. Sometimes the technology is a big one. I don't know. It's just, and I get that it's like one of those positions where it's like overworked and underpaid and, you're one person and you have many, many cases, I can also, understand that, and be compassionate for the social workers who care, but it's a problem across the board, in my opinion. And Detroit Rock City says, really, if God told him, maybe he'll hear us and take care of CP and the Dirty Socks clan. Detroit. He was like really saying it. He's like, oh yeah, this is my mission in life. And I'm like, okay, get it, buddy. Rogue says, if KP's birth year is 1984, she will be 41. I was born in 82, I'll be 43. Yeah, well, and here's the thing, like, I think she's younger than that from what I was told. I think she's a couple of years, because I thought CP was an 84 or 83. I don't know. And like I said, I don't know their birthdays, It's a business, in my opinion. Yeah, Forrest, it is. And it's like the kids are the ones that fall through the cracks. Of the broken system, Loretto says this situation is once they have a body or Sebastian alive, they can add the abuse charges to the other charges. Absolutely. And I think that's the route they'll take. I really do. That is my understanding, or, my best guess even, like just, in terms of, and see, sometimes, those charges, and I just want to set up a realistic expectation, guys, because like sometimes like those charges will be thrown out, and they're lesser charges, right? And so if they get a really good attorney, which I'm sure they will, um we're going to see things like suppressed evidence. We're going to see things like, throwing out lesser charges. We're going to see people maybe take deals. I mean, anything could happen. So even though, I would love to just see that like clear cut, swift justice, it would just be so delicious. I just don't know that we're going to see it. I just don't know that we will. It's very up in the air for me. Um, you know, yeah, depending on her birth month, Rogue, is true. That is very true. $40. Sasha, KJ Max says Rogue, a single word or two taken into a new context gets this hornet's nest a buzzing. They find the most reactive in the demographic and like the match there. In my opinion, I agree. I agree with that 100%. And they know how raw the subject is, right? It's like they understand that people are on edge. It's been a year now. It's over a year. We're getting right into April now, when April 2nd last year was the last conference that we saw Sheriff Craddock come out and do a press conference for Sebastian. Um, it's a very sore subject, and it really should be, but and they know that, and you like you said, they light that match. Very well said. Excuse me. And DJ says Elijah Vu had justice from Wisconsin. Yes, his mom went to jail for abuse, and they kept her until they found his body. Yes, I agree. What they did there was, in my opinion, the way that I would like to have seen things done here. I do. And, it was the same type of elements, right? We had mom's boyfriend or ex-boyfriend, however, you want to put it, taking a child who was a little, in my opinion, a baby still, and telling him to man up and abusing him. Like Chris Proudfoot. Just like him. Sharon says, I was reading something now where it says that 15-year-old son, 12-year-old daughter, and a 10-year-old son. Is this true? I'm trying to share the link. Oh, I don't know. In Sebastian's case? I'm confused, guys. I'm sorry. Hey, Adam Forever 21. Good to see you. What are you doing while you're listening to me, Little Redo? Getting ready for Charlie Manson's case. And Sasha says, so KP was insecure, so Sebastian had to suffer because she was getting old. Wow, my speculation. I don't know. Sometimes I think we all have kind of that crisis where we're like, oh gosh, we're not getting any younger, or we remind ourselves of that. It seemed like Katie really enjoyed having that kind of carefree, kind of more, she doesn't strike me as being very mature, which is weird because you would think, her ranking in the military and all of that would help her with that. But she seems very juvenile, in my opinion. And James says, that's what I don't understand with CP admitting he abused Sebastian and other reports of abuse, as well as KP involved, why they did not arrest them just for that, and then they could have cranked. Yeah, put some pressure could have cracked and put some pressure on him, right, James? I agree. And Lil Redo says KK did not want to lose CP. That's the entire reason that this has happened. I agree with that too, because I do believe like what the neighbors were saying, right? Like I believe what the neighbors were saying. I just believe all of what they were saying about how the dynamic was. It's him or me. I can see Chris saying that, giving that ultimatum was very disturbing to hear about, because I agree with what you're saying, Little Redo. And Sasha says, and because she couldn't lose weight, he suffers, my opinion, because CP is roving eye and Sebastian suffers. It's sick. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that maybe there's a level of maybe Chris trying to find somebody who's a little bit more. I mean, I saw his very first wife, the second and third one. I've never looked at a picture of them. Nina's very beautiful in my opinion. And I think Katie is a pretty lady, but I think lately it's just all of everything that's gone on, and just sitting in the house and over drinking, overeating. Right, James, the pressure on to get one of them to squeal. Right. Yeah, and it's so hard, Oh, thank you, Sharon. Thank you. I will look at it. My other phone is about dead, and I can't undo this phone from the charger because I need to go grab my other charger. I just have it in the bedroom right by my right on by my bedside table. Um and Sasha says it's still on Brazers too. It's still on Braziers. I'm sorry, Sasha, I probably read that one wrong. Forrest says, I think or he says, the thing is CPS has laws they have to live by, and they have a guide that's that we are all entitled to have, because they break the laws, as most don't know their laws. Well, and that's the thing too. It's just like, I just think they need to have better protocols and more training, because if they're dropping the ball, on, for instance, if they can't identify when a child needs to be, taken out of the home, or the family needs more resources, or there's DV, if they can't recognize that, then they definitely need to have more training. You know what I mean? And so there's just got to be something, but I think a big part of it is the accountability, that there's a lack in accountability. So they're just simply not, there's some that it's like, if there's no incentive to do the right thing, kind of a thing, right? Because if they're not going to get in trouble for it, oh well, a kid falls through the cracks, a kid, just another day in the life. Some of them think like that. There's other people that care so much. So I know, Lil Red, I'm gonna have to cut this one a little bit short tonight, because I have so much stuff to do, and so much to read through in this RICO filing. It's very interesting. James says that maybe we could all already have answers, and possibly Sebastian found. I agree. I agree. Well, and I also want to bring in some of these points, but I want to make sure I can pop them up on the screen so you guys can see them and we can read them out and things like that. I don't think CP's that old, Sasha. I don't. I think he's more like 42 or 3, I think. KJ Max says, I think CP knew he needed to say on the outside of the pants one time, right, in order to make it less cut and dry. He had looked to know how far he can push the whack. Got him. Right. Exactly. And he lied his butt off about it too, like saying it only happened once. And, he tried to downplay it so much. But on Smiley, he was like boasting about how he had, whacked Sebastian. And yes, absolutely. We do, Carrie. We need CPS law reform. We do. maybe military reserve status, in my opinion. Absolutely Funtuski. Bless says it took Seth Rogers hiring an attorney and seeking court approval to get CPS reports on his own biological child. Yes. And when I was doing a little bit of research on that, Bless, it's funny you say that, because the only people that are allowed to get those reports are the parents, but they need to get a lawyer in order to get them. So he had to get a lawyer first, and the lawyer had to, help him file the proper paperwork to obtain the records. So, I mean, isn't it crazy? And he had no idea. Um, I don't know, Sasha. He probably is. They seem to have a very open relationship, in my opinion, just based on the way Katie acts. She seems to, be all right with that kind of. He flirts with other people. He says really nasty things on panels. He's, it's just one of those things. I wonder if there's a way to look up military status. Would that be public record? I would think it would not be. I mean, unless they have it like on their profiles and stuff, because I would think they would have better security when it came to service members, but I could be wrong. Um, maybe there is a government website though. That's true, Forrest. Yeah, CP's like 42, right, Carrie? That's what I was thinking. Um, I don't know how nice that place was that he allegedly went on a date. Hey, GG of 2, she is reserve, Elaine says. Yeah. Yeah, so she's active reserve, which means it's not like she, is still obviously um, deploying to different places or stationed in different places. So thank you for clarifying that. And Little Redo says one thing that really upset me is the cases when they're starting out that Trump wax or President Trump coming in February, once that did not happen at night, and dog with Hong looked like fools, in my opinion. Oh, I'm really waiting for Trump to say something about it. I'm surprised he hasn't, if he said he was going to. I know that they were saying that. Yeah, it's just too bad. I wish he would say just something about Sebastian. It doesn't take long to kind of just spread that awareness. I don't know what happened with that little Redo. I really don't. Um, and Sasha says CP will probably just send KP back to the house by herself so he can date people. My speculation. I don't. As far as I know, it seems like they're still living in the same house, but I could be wrong. But as far as I know, they are. Um, Bless says Sebastian was failed by so many, it's inconceivable. And I agree with that, Blessed. And that's why I think it's so important for us to kind of, represent him well now and just try to find him, and do the right thing by him, because I agree he was. He was. And and he is being failed by other people. There's people that were calling him horrible things, saying that he was, you know, some kind of a bad person. Sebastian, I mean, it's sick. It's sick. CP is a 4 who thinks he's a 10, in my opinion. KJ Mac. Hey, Maleficent, good to see you. Maleficent says, hello, I have been here listening. Question, what do you think about Seth Rogers, CP, and KP all going on America's Most Wanted with Tony, or without Tony? I think that's good. I think that's okay, Maleficent. I really do. I think, if Tony's there and maybe he's in the background or something like that. Same thing with KP, or excuse me, same thing with CP. I really wish it would just be like Chris, or excuse me, I really wish it would be Katie and Seth, united for their child, even if they're in different interviews or something like that. I would love to see that. But I do think it's a positive thing. And I think that it's a long time coming, and maybe they have a criteria, because I'm sure they get calls all the time for, people that want to be on the show. And so maybe, you have to have somebody missing for a year or something like that. I don't know what the criteria is, but I'm really hoping that it's going to be, positive. I'm hoping that it'll be helpful to catch people who don't, who aren't on YouTube, or who don't watch, local news in Tennessee and things like that. So I'm really hoping that it'll be good, Maleficent. And I hope you're doing well. Thanks for being here. And Sasha says she will wish Sebastian was there, but he won't be. I don't know really what to think about Katie, except for I think she's hiding a lot. I think she's hiding a lot. Um, Crime Time Buzz and Justin, that's funny. Loretta Forrest Pearland says, oh, so Seth is going to, yeah, yes, he is, to my knowledge. And I don't know, kind of where that all originated from, but I think it's a very positive thing. I think it'll help, bring awareness a lot to Sebastian's case. Oh, thank you, Detroit Rock City. Thank you. And James says, I wonder how many whack bottoms, or maybe whack jobs. Oh, whack. Oh, I got it. Whack kind of got him. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. I just put that together, that Sebastian received, that his hand got in the way, because when getting hit, there is usually a normal reaction to block with your hand. And I know that I always did. Yeah. It is a natural reaction to block. It is. And what's so sad, is that I'm sure there were times where that did happen, and I think, in my opinion, the whacks were very regular, and I could be wrong about that, but I don't believe that it was only once or twice or anything like that. Oh, Jen Coffindaffer. Okay, thank you. And Clutch. Okay, thanks, Sharon. And Justin with Clutch and Pearls shared a screenshot of it being announced by someone. He said he already knew about it. Okay, well, good. That is fantastic. Okay, well then those are good sources. See, I always try to consider the source too. So CP was born in 83 and KP was born in 89. Okay, thank you. I knew she was more. I didn't think she was quite 90s baby yet, but yeah, okay. Thank you, Rogue. Thank you so much. I guess I should write that down, because I had no idea. I knew he was sometime by me, and I knew she was quite younger. So, but just kind of good to know. And, honestly, that could be why I think she's immature, because she's, quite a bit younger than me. She's like my little sister's age. So, Sasha says, I'm not Craddock alerted no one about anything. He was the lead. I don't think they alerted the Navy, and they left California for a reason. Hopefully we find out. Well, I think that Craddock, being Navy himself, should have taken that lead as well. I do. I don't know crafting, and I don't know if I believe that lady, because she only came in to chat one night and she wouldn't send me any proof. And there were some conflicting statements to what she told me and what she told Justin. So I'm just really hesitant to go with that, because I don't want to say anything disparaging Chris if he didn't do it, because that's terrible. I don't want to do that to him. I don't like the guy. That doesn't mean I hate him. I don't like the way he acts, but I'm not gonna, say things to be vindictive towards him. No way. He doesn't deserve that, even if he is a jerk. And said said vulgar display. Sorry, sorry, you threw me off with all of the words here, but I'll just call vulgar display of power. Says I think he likes women to defend him in his world because he is a mama's boy. Says see, in my opinion, he really is very much a mama's boy. You know that is her baby. You know you don't mess with Chrissy. You know. Yeah, it can be proven, and I do think it can be proven, Sasha. I do, I do. You're fine crafting. I'm glad you're back. Ivana says, I think I heard the America's Most Wanted thing on the Mob Crew. I believe he said Coffindaffer said she would be on it too. Oh, good, good. That's okay. See, that is. I think that's a positive, Ivana. Thank you so much for letting us know. I think that's a positive. And Lil Redo says, well, they hit their disability, so reverts not dishonorably discharged. Well, and see, I heard that too, Lil Redo, that he has, like he was medical. It was medical, not, dishonorable or anything. Like I didn't, I heard it was honorable medical kind of thing. Um, so thank you for reminding us that. And KJ Maxx says James Coover, and we can bet that when CP is dishing out whack bottoms, he isn't in control and doubtfully able to stop at just one. I agree with that, KJ Mack. And that's another thing too, when even people that are okay with like the discipline method, typically they will make sure that they remind people like don't do it out of anger, don't do it when you're angry, because you might be taking your aggression out on the child at that point. I just don't agree with any of it, but I know that my approach isn't going to be the same way everybody approaches it. But I agree with you 100%. I think that is absolutely right. Because I don't think that he has the self-control. I don't. I don't. Lil Redo says, I do not believe there is a recurred call to LE in this case. Um, I kind of go back and forth. I get frustrated with Ellie in this case. I do. I do. Um, not to the point of hate, but there's things I'm definitely like, well, no, that's not good. And Elizabeth says dispatch starts at 7:50 regarding the footprints. Thank you. Thanks, Elizabeth. That's absolutely right. Yep, that dispatch audio, absolutely right. Detroit Rock City says, are they really going on America's Most Wanted? I told Seth to try and contact John Walsh about 6 months ago. That would be awesome. I know, right? I think it would be fantastic too. And just, getting awareness out there. John Walsh is a great advocate. He really is. He's a very sweet man. And I'm glad to hear that Katie is going to show up. I could care less if Chris is there or not, but Katie's showing up. Yes, please. And James Cooper says, so true, KJ Mack, and he has shown us that proof of how his temper gets out of hand. Exactly, James, exactly. Forrest says, what did Jen Koff have to say about say and Justin? I missed it, I guess. Oh, they're the sources saying that that they're going to have Seth, Chris, and Katie, and then it sounds like Tony and Coffindaffer on America's Most Wanted. So I think that's a positive. I do. Rob Beanie says, dispatch says HPD officer with white truck that lives there was riding around with another officer that morning. Yeah, Rob Beanie. Yes, that is correct. Thank you. Okay, Lori, hurry back. I hope you have a good conversation with your daughter. And Rob Beanie says, did they ever search his home or just skip it because he was LE? I mean, it's hard to tell. It's so hard to tell. They're very hush about it. And Rogue says, I wonder why they accepted to go, or excuse me, I wonder why they expected to go on their show, or maybe they signed up to go on the show. I knew nothing about it. Yeah, until this live. See, and I heard it, but I wasn't sure where people had heard it originally, and I always try to remember to consider the source. A lot of times when people tell me stuff, I'll be like, "Where'd you hear it?" And stuff like that. So, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, "I'm curious to know what Crabtree did. Everyone mentions him, but I can't find what he did." Um, yeah, and see that's the thing. I wanted to break it down a little bit more for us and kind of find out, because I did hear Crabtree was involved, and so is Terry Lynn, um, which doesn't surprise me, with the two of them like kind of colluding together for a while now. Um, and to be quite honest with you, if I think that he has done a lot, whilst in the community, to hinder the investigation. I don't think it's as much of what he was doing online, but the fact that those people are local to the area. And that's my opinion, guys. And that's what I was gathering from reading these documents. That's what I was gathering when I heard Mr. E talk about it, and Miss E and Aunt E. Um, you know, they're naming these people, and these people are, um, local. They're doing things online. They're doing things behind the scenes. They're, doing things in real life, and, you know, um, and all in the name of Sebastian, but they're not doing right by him. It's sad. Um, Yeah, Chris, little Redo, Chris sits and listens to the police scanner. Why? Because he's probably nervous as hell. He's probably shitting bricks. Elizabeth says, Rob Beanie, I'm guessing that was who called instead of 911. I mean, see, that's what little Redo was saying last night, that somebody's cell phone was called, and it really makes me wonder. KJ Max says shoes are often forgotten in foul play scenarios. I think he went home for that reason. I agree with that. I agree. You know, um, it's going to be really interesting when we figure out what is really going on with the shoes, because that was a major thing. Like Chris and Katie were like, "Oh, we're not going to tell you how many shoes he had. We're just going to tell you all of his shoes are accounted for." Like, they were playing games with the shoes, big time. And even Eric Craddock, I have it in the intro. He says, "I'm not going to say he was barefoot. His mom said all of his shoes are accounted for, but I'm not going to say he's barefoot." Um, and Lil Miss Sharon says Dr. Phil will be the next show, in my opinion, they go on. I think they need to be going on Dr. Phil. I don't know. Although I wasn't as impressed with his interview with Don and Candace, I will say that. But, you never know. They might start making the rounds. It would be smart to do that, like I said, because, not everybody's on YouTube. So I think it would help. Yeah, a lot of people do, but who knows? Yeah, it is interesting, Rogue. And Carrie says, yes, that was CP's first call that morning to him. Also, the one rumored to be having an affair with KP too, right? Or the son was going over partying with KP, I heard. Weird. Sally, or sorry, says Sasha says the polished turds. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm probably so far behind in chat. Hey, Tony Fire, good to see you. Good morning. Good morning. Well, why I am Tony Fire, because I'm a fire systems engineer. My CV, exactly like little Miss KP here. Great career. She didn't need a CP, in my opinion. I think so too, Tony. Thanks for being here. Our friend Tony Fire. Another off-topic question: are you going to be doing any follow-ups on Crystal McCrory? Yeah, so I will be. I wanted to read the chapters in her sister's book, but there are some things that I wanted to work out too, because I want to do a members only live and give away a copy of the book, but I haven't had a chance to really discuss some of the things with Jana. So I'm gonna need to do that, and I will definitely give you guys an update on it. It's just you know it's just some things that are kind of let's see. I want to make sure that I do a great job on reading the chapters and painting the picture that Jana's trying to paint with her words in the book. And so I just need to make sure that I can get back together with her on that. Um, but yeah, we will always talk about Crystal's case because it's something that's important to me. I just want to make sure like everything with the book is going to be the way that she wants it. It's really important to me. But thank you so much, Maleficent, for bringing up Crystal because she's really important to our channel and to our community. Donna, I'm glad you're here. So glad you're here. Unified for Summer says retired FBI Jennifer Coffenduffer originally informed us about them going on America's Most Wanted. Thank you for letting me know. That's awesome. I'm so glad to hear that it was a good source. And Detroit Rock City says America's Most Wanted Monday, April 21st at 9 p.m. on Fox. Thank you. That's fantastic. Hey, Margaret, good to see you. And James Cooper says, I agree, Lady Freedom. I feel the same way along with my wife also feels that way. Yeah, I mean, it's like, and I appreciate that. I'm so glad your wife feels like that too, James, because it's like one of those things where sometimes you feel like you're a little bit crazy, or maybe you're thinking wacky, or maybe I'm wrong, so thank you. I'm so glad. Because it is hard in this case, and a lot of things we are speculating on. Carrie Starr says Tennessee needs to have a more intertwined relationship with FBI for these missing kids. TBI isn't finding them with local Ellie. I agree with that, Carrie Starr. That is a really good point. It really is. Definitely a great point. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, well, if he's into rugs, of course he's unreliable. Knowing he has issues, why even interact with him to assist with anything? But now I get it. Thanks for explaining, Funtuski. Yeah, and yeah, thank you, Funtuski. And I will say, when people are on, hardcore rugs like that, they're ate up. You know what I mean? They're just ate up. They're not to be trusted. They're not reliable. He was doing it like on his live stream. Yeah, in my opinion, not somebody that I would want around my son's case. And he's just caused a lot of trouble. He's a troublemaker, and then you have people locally that are like, oh, that's my brother. And it's like, what? Really? So you must be doing the same thing he's doing. And I wouldn't want it around my child. I wouldn't. I'm actually astonished that it's been allowed to be around Sebastian's case for so long. And Seth, again, is the one fighting, advocating for it, to stop and things like that. It's amazing what people will find out when you closely work with someone. You might have thought they had the best intentions, and then the next thing you know, you can see how they're acting behind the scenes is completely different than what they're portraying on YouTube. And it's really jaw-dropping and eye-opening. And James says, if CP and KP can ran, I remember CP had said something about possible job in Canada. He did. So if they left and went there, they wouldn't be able to be extradited. Would they? Excuse me. Would they be able to be extradited? I believe so. Yeah. Yeah. I think that they would go get them. I think they'd pull their asses out of Canada so quick their heads would spin. My opinion. Detroit Rock City said I think, and I also think, James, that I think that was another, troublemaking tactic for Chris to kind of stir the pot in the wrong direction. I don't know that he was ever planning on going to Canada, but I could be wrong. He just loves to like blow smoke and and then he'll turn around and be like, well, let me make it crystal clear. I didn't never say I was actually going to Canada. I just posted a post, and you guys twisted it. And, you know, all of the typical gaslighting nonsense that we see out of him, you know, pretty much, he does something, we react, and then he tells us that we're wrong, you know, so he could feel like he's smart, you know. It's all to stroke his fragile little ego, in my opinion. And Detroit Rock City says she's the same age as my daughter. My daughter's birthday is 1290. Wow. Yeah. I mean, you know, I knew she was around, yeah, like my sister's age. Fantuski says perfectly. Crab lost his contact with Verizon, or his contract, excuse me, with Verizon in November of 2024. It was clipped by several creators, in my opinion. Yeah, he was like really upset about that too, because again, you know, I was following him originally because I was recommended to by a community that I was in, and then all of a sudden I'm like watching him, and I'm like, this guy can't be trusted. Like, what is this guy? Like, who? Why are they? You know, why is he being promoted to be watched? And then, you know, the next thing I know, I'm getting, you know, screen grabs of him doing, you know, hardcore rugs in the woods while he's saying he's looking for Sebastian. And I'm like, this guy is a real tool. And, you know, I'm sorry, I have a heart, I have compassion, but when you have somebody that's doing that, and then they're going to turn around and be like, don't say bad things about people who are addicts. Bull crap. We have an autistic child who's still missing. I could care less about Stephen Crabtree and his problem. He needs to go to rehab and get help. Like, for real. Spare me. Again, spare me. Because it's not, you know, to me, it's more sad that he would go out there and do that, and then go on and do nasty things like pee in a cup and let his son see it. Like, that's disgusting. To me, I can't condone that bad behavior. I'm not going to. Vulgar display of power says, in my opinion, KP wanted a financially sound lifestyle, of which the Soxon CP could provide her. She chose that over her precious son. What a disgrace. God bless Sebastian and Seth. Amen, vulgar display of power. I agree with that 100%. And I think that's what the focus needs to remain on, you know, not feeling sorry for SF because, oh, I got a restraining order, and oh gosh, this is so horrible for me. I'm so sick of the violin being played by people who are not victims. It's just unbelievable. Like, it's like, again, spare me, please. Because, like, anybody who cares about the real victim in this case, who is Sebastian, can see right through that nonsense. And all of the other ones are just blindly following like sheep. Like, for real, bye. 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 For real. Like, I mean, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord splits you. Because it's not welcome in my community. And I would never drop links for somebody like that or any of those hate channels. And nor would I ever go and sit on a panel and kiss their butt or any of that nonsense. Like, if you say take it or leave it, I'll leave it every single day, every single time. It's just not my style. And anybody that was still following that and then feeling sorry for the guy doing hardcore rugs in the woods while there's a missing kid out there, and you're saying, oh, I'm just doing everything for him, taking the money that you're making off of the back of him and putting it up your nose. I don't feel sorry for you. Get help. It's called rehab. You know, I don't have time for that nonsense. And I'll tell you, I will post the link to the RICO and you guys can read it for yourself. But you guys, it's bad. It's really bad what's been going on, you know, and that Seth's had to endure. And he's the one doing the right thing. And then you have these creators that are back, you know, pretending like they're a part of, you know, what he's trying to do in the goal to find his son when they're really not. They're just about themselves, you know, and probably doing hardcore rugs with each other in real life. And then saying, we're searching for Sebastian. Bull crap. Spare me. Sorry, guys. It just really upsets me, like, it to no end. It's annoying as it gets, because don't pretend like you're doing something good when you're not. And James says, I believe that that's part of a motive, because I can see many motives for this to happen, especially with his stepdad how he is and his personality. I agree, James. I agree. And these are the people that they're letting in. Like, you know, all of these horrible things that are happening and that we're seeing on display is all things that are associated with the Proudfeet. You know what I mean? They're not associated with Seth. Um, no matter how hard they tried to criminalize Seth with their smear campaigns and, you know, defame his character, in my opinion. I mean, look at their group. Carrie says, I believe probably CP's sister, son, or ex-husband. I've seen the name linked back to her. Oh, okay, Carrie. He does have multiple residences in Gallatin. Yes, Adam Forever 21, absolutely. I've seen some good cops, caseworkers, and I've seen some horrible. System needs reformed and cases monitored by videos. Absolutely, Adam Forever 21. And I'm so glad that you said that too, because I know that you're a foster parent and I know you've been doing it for quite some time and I know how important it is to you. And so I never want to disparage the good people. You know, I really don't, because I don't think it's fair. And I think it discourages people from wanting to help when they hear of things like that, you know? So it really, it's just a double-edged sword, you know? Um, Margaret. Bigger cities work great as a team with the FBI. ATF, all the agencies work close with local law enforcement, but when you get into the more rural areas, the corruption, or excuse me, the cooperation isn't great. So I really hope that's reformed. Carrie Starr, I really appreciate that comment, and I second that. I've witnessed it, and I think it's a major ego issue, you know, because I also have heard, you know, people say, well, law enforcement just wants to be able to be the ones to solve the case. Well, then go solve it, you know, but don't hate on people that are trying to solve it, other than yourself, and don't hinder help from larger organizations that can help you know, and don't be afraid to give it over to them when you can't, when you've exhausted every option, you know, that I feel the same way. Really, really well said. Thank you so much. Adam Forever 21 says, I've witnessed so many horrible CPS cases and good. It needs reform and video monitoring, in my opinion, accountability, good and bad. Exactly. And praise the people. You know what I mean? Like, can't they, and maybe I'm just thinking crazy, but like, couldn't they put some incentive programs in for like people who are doing the right thing? I don't know, because I understand a lot of it is being underpaid, but I really think it all goes down to that lack of accountability. Um, it just really does for me. Thank you, Adam Forever 21. Detroit Rock City says Canada is pretty strict on their entry laws. They would have to go through a lot even to get a temporary visitor pass, in my opinion. I agree with that 100%. And I think they would get extradited in a heartbeat. I really do. I could be wrong. But yeah, DJ CP says CP was born in 1983. Michelle says Sumner County has CPS records, gave Seth all redacted, so he got an attorney to get them. That's right. They have them. Oh, they know, Michelle. They do. And that's what's really sad, you know. Funtuski, I know. I hate how they try to ruin the pineapple. Like, I love pineapples. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. They'll just make anything nasty that they can, don't they? Taking my pineapples. What the heck? Forrest says, I'm pretty sure Trump is involved behind the scenes right now. I mean, he's doing a lot. He's always doing a lot. I think he cares about the law. I think Trump does. I really do. Um, Loma Sharon. Goodness sakes. I keep trying to add people to my little board up there, but I'm running out of room. I don't remember who showed up those or who showed those receipts. Just remember seeing them somewhere. And thank you so much, Michelle, for the green hearts and saying Sebastian's name. Margaret says, I thought they were already did, but it was supposed to air on April, or am I wrong? I'm guessing it does air in April. That's April 21st. I want to make sure I say it right. April 21st, yes. And thank you, Lori, for the green hearts. Sammy says, like with all rumors in this case, I would recommend going back to the original source to see what really was said about Trump and what was turned into telephone along with the way. I agree, Sammy. I know it's so hard, but I thought they were saying that they had gotten like an okay from Trump. Like Trump was like, yeah, I'm gonna, when I come into office, I thought he said February, or January, February, that he was going to be mentioning. I thought I remember hearing that, but I could be wrong. CP and KP should leave lawyer at home too, in my opinion. No way, Robbini, they're not going to. You know that lawyer is not going to leave Katie alone with with John. Oh Lord. And Maleficent says, I hope it's positive too, and hopefully they will come together for Sebastian. Amen, Maleficent. I cannot agree more with that too. It just comes to a point where, if you don't have any hate or malice in your heart, I think there's many, many of us out there that would love to see like a 180 with the parents, right? I would. So what, you don't like each other, so what, you got history, so what, but if we could just focus on Sebastian, please. um oh gosh, Margaret, I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it at all that there's somebody going around with my name. I'm sure it has something to do with the bullying campaign. I mean, if they want to be Lady Freedom, they can. It's okay. I won't hate them. But you guys all know my logo and who I am. And gosh, Margaret, I was in a community with you for the longest time, and I don't think I've ever said anything hateful or rude or anything to anybody. It's just jealousy. Well, it's envy, really. It is. It's like beyond jealousy. It's a toxic level. And I hope they have fun. Um, you know, but thank you for letting me know. I'm not surprised. And Sasha says these people own another house in Gallatin. Has anyone looked for Sebastian there? I don't know, Sasha. That's a good question. I've heard a lot about that, but I'm not sure. And Maleficent says, one last question. What's Crystal's sister, Jana, your mod? I was wondering what happened to her. I followed that case closely. Yeah, she's still my mod. Yeah, she's still a mod of mine. I have not seen her in, I think, for the last like 2 or 3 lives. And again, it's the bullying campaign that's going around, you know. So I just wanted to make sure that I reached out to her again, because the last time I talked to her, I had to send her something where like it was her book cover and they were playing a song called The Mole, trying to make me think that she is a mole or something like weird. These people are psychotic, Maleficent. Like, it's unbelievable. And I just want to do everything in my power to protect Jana, honestly. Since you asked, I wasn't going to bring it up. Of course, I wasn't going to really speak on it, but I think it's necessary, and she knows all of it. Like, it's nothing that I haven't discussed with her. And she knows who is the one that posted it to their TikTok and everything. It was a whole screenshot that was sent to me, and then I sent to her. But I will make sure that I protect, her and her sister's case, because, I didn't just take her case, for people to kind of drag her through the mud because they want to hurt me. It's very personal. And one of these days I'll probably come out and talk about it more, but for right now, I have active reports with the cyberbullying division at the FBI. I've spoke with the FBI. I've also turned in all the information to At Night and Dog's team, and they're working on it. So at this juncture, I'm just more or less just kind of trying not to, do anything to further the pressure that the bullies that are bullying me are bullying her, calling her a mole. In my opinion, that's disgusting. And, I just try to protect the people that I love and care about. That's my main goal. And spreading awareness about Sebastian's case, about Summer Wells's case, about Jana's case, for her sister Crystal is of the utmost importance to me. And I want to make sure that I'm always doing it from the most professional standpoint that I can do it on these YouTube streets. But I appreciate you so much for asking about Jana's case, because it's so important to me, to do right by her, because she's worked so hard for justice for her sister. But yeah, I will always talk about it. I just need to make sure that it's not to the capacity that these jealous haters are going to go after her like that. Because that it's one thing to go after me, or I will just laugh at you and think that you're stupid. But when you go after someone who's fought for justice, like what Jana's had to go through, and it's real problems, not just like manufactured drama. It's a problem to me, and I try to tread very, very carefully so that way I can protect people who need to be protected in this. That's important to me. Oh yeah, Maleficent, thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, I wasn't gonna say it, but I'm glad that you kind of asked about it, because it is a bit well, and Margaret saying that people are impersonating me. Oh good Lord. I mean, get a life. I am, guys, I will promise you I'm not that interesting of a person. I keep to myself. I research. I read a lot. I'm kind of nerdy. I'm kind of really shy in real life. It's just weird to me that somebody would want to impersonate me or pretend like, build a whole hate channel on me. It's weird. It's very bizarre, and I've never dealt with anything quite so toxic in my life, to be honest with you. And I've been in some toxic relationships, but this is by far the most toxic. And and I don't ever want it to trickle down to the cases. That's my biggest thing. It'll never stop me, because I know that that's what the main goal is for them, but it won't. Thank you. Thank you, Maleficent. I appreciate you a lot. I appreciate you a lot. I appreciate you guys, just listening. And Sammy, oh my God, I didn't even put that together. I know who UA Crimson's real freaking name is, and yeah, her name is Jana. And and Sammy says, oh, I forgot about that. They think that Jana is UA Crimson Tide, a homo whose name is also Jana. No, and they're different people. Like if you look at UA Crimson Tide, you can totally tell that she's of no relation whatsoever to Jana Gajewski Laudiger. She's just not. I had to find out what UA Crimson Tide's real name was, because I had to report her to the FBI for cyber stalking, because she was trying to find out my last name. Unbelievable. But thank you, Sammy. Thank you, Sammy. Yeah, it's been crazy, Maleficent. It really has been. But that's why I've, because I was working on putting the video together, but I also want to make sure that I don't, I have to focus my time really, really wisely, because if I don't, then I'm just spinning my wheels, and I'm not being productive. And it's very difficult in these cases to stay productive. It just is, especially when you have people who are just like blindly hating and, James, it's freedom. That's so funny. Well, and I mean, I was very forthright, and I've never hid anything like that. I've always told you guys my real name is Trisha, but that was, but then it's funny because that's all I ever hear now is my real freaking name, and it's very unnerving. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever had to like record yourself talking, or like, or if you ever had like a single white female situation going down, like I'm having right now with this person and her group of weirdos. um they want to find out like where I live, and they're just doing all this weird stuff. And you know yeah, UA's a super slime ball, like, and that was the thing, like, she didn't even know who I was. And just because somebody was making up lies about me, like, because they told her that I was in the witness protection program, she was like, what's her name and where does she live? And like totally went psychotic, and like zero to bitch from, and no time. And it was just very odd and unnerving that you could have automatic hate for someone you have no idea who they were, um, at all. I mean, you have no idea. But yet you could just have so much hatred. Those kinds of people are the ones that need the mental help. That there's nothing on these YouTube streets. Like we were talking last night, there's counseling, and there's great like narcissist negotiators on YouTube, and different videos that we can watch to get awareness and to learn. There's no amount of that on these YouTube streets for these creeps. And they know exactly who they are. You guys know who you are, you weirdos. Stop. Sorry. And I show my face perfectly imperfect every single day. At the minute that I came live, I never use my avatar. I use my avatar when I'm smoking. But I don't use my avatar. I'm very forthright and forthcoming with who I am, because, I want you guys to feel like, you are getting to know a real person. I'm not just like a TV personality. I'm a girl with a microphone, that cares about true crime and that cares about these specific cases. Tony Fire. Poor Tony Fire knows what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, Tony. Wrongfully accused, people believing it, people who refuse to even apologize because they won't, because they're so far in their own feelings that they just don't even see like what they've done wrong, but they're accusing people left and right, and then they're playing the victim. It's fucking insane. It's insane. Do you, Maleficent? I'm gonna have to go check them out. I love videos on narcissism. I really do. I know that sounds bad. Some days I can't handle them because it just makes me mad. But like, I also like to go in there and kind of seek for validation, because it's hard. Like, a lot of times you don't realize how there's people in the world that are doing it on purpose, and that's why I like Lee Hammond, because he is a self-aware narcissist, and he's super brave, in my opinion, to go out there and be like, hey, I understand this, and I did do this in my past, and so I know how these people operate, type of a thing. So I know Adam Forever 21, I said the same thing. Like, I was like yelling at my TV. I'm like, that's not Tony Mathis. That's our Tony Fire from, the community and stuff. And I've seen you out in the community before, Tony. So it was just weird. I'm sorry that you were being hounded about how long you've been on Josh and everything. Nobody, see, and that's the thing too, guys. Nobody should be telling you where you're spending your hard-earned money. If you're a member of somebody's channel, be proud of it. That's what you're choosing to spend your money on. I think it's terrible, and it's just one of those ways that they're trying to pull other people away from other creators' channel out of jealousy. Tony Fire says, in my opinion, these haters and their subscribers on these YouTube street has no real talent and need to mock or bully successful creators. Jealousy is evil. And I couldn't say it better myself, because since the beginning of February of this year, and I just got my notification that I had a YouTube birthday for a year, and I meant to post it in a little celebration one. So, but yeah, I made it a whole entire year almost, but the last couple of months have been like just left and right. Like, Margaret says, people making up fake accounts pretending to be me. Just very bizarre. Like, I knew that I was going to get some flack being up here. I'm sure people would say, well, look at her outfit, look at her, whatever, look at the way she talks. She's blah, 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 whatever. There's going to be people that don't like me, but I never thought it would be to the level of toxicity that it's gotten to. And it's full of narcissists, and they do a lot of stuff behind the scenes, alt accounts. It's so weird. No worries, Maleficent. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Because, I mean, that's one thing. I'm sure people have been waiting for that next installment of the book to come out because it's such a good book, but I just don't want the hate associated with it. Like, I want Janet to be successful. And if people are walking around saying that, she's freaking Crimson Tide, like, oh God, like, and I know exactly who it is that's doing it. You guys are pathetic. Thank you, Maleficent. I would appreciate that so much. I would appreciate it because I love looking at that. And I didn't even know you had videos. And Sasha says, yes, 100% they abuse and move abuse and move abuse. Move. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They've had a lot of different residences, Sasha. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. And Carrie says, yes, most of these creators, all they do is post someone else's content and make fun of them, not even commentary or using it to put info that needs to be out there or anything. Yeah, yeah. And then they get upset about it. Some of them know that they're hate channels, or they're Krama, which I didn't even know what Krama was until, Sebastian's case. But some of them are admit it, and then other ones will be like, like this particular person has a hate channel, but they also have a true crime channel where they pretend like they care about children and missing people and true crime cases, but then they turn around and create an alternate channel, a second one, specifically to hate on me, like, which is weird to me. Like, I mean, it's very bizarre. I don't want to say I'm scared because I'm not. Like, I think they're pathetic, but then it's like, it's just a scary thought thinking that somebody like is legit behind the scenes, like, I'm gonna make another video about lady freedom. Like, what the hell? Okay, like, weird. Get a life. And like I said, they know who they are, and I'll probably get an email shortly. Like, it's not me. It's not me. Yeah, it is. We all know it is you. It's not a secret. So Sammy says this is a new day on YouTube, but others are getting some crazy stuff too. Yeah, no, and that's the thing, like, just reading that RICO, I was like, I can't believe that half the stuff that Seth has had to deal with, his team, just all of it, all of it. And it's just because, some people will go on there and they'll say, oh, I support you, Seth, blah, blah, blah. But then they'll go to another chat that doesn't support him and be like, yeah, I can't believe what Sean said, and if you go to these chats and frequent them and just sit in the bushes, you can really identify a lot of what's going on, and then also these people are not smart enough to like not connect their alt accounts. So when you go back to their old name, and you search it clicks to their alt account. So you're like, oh, okay, so this is this person who used to be this person, right? Or they have two accounts, it just depends. But I've only always had like my one YouTube account that I created a long time ago just as a viewer. And then I changed my name over to Lady Freedom when I started to do Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives. But I've always had the same account for years. I don't do alt accounts. I don't have time for it. Like, it's one thing that I find to be like absolutely nauseating, boring, like, you know what I mean? Just like, give me knowledge and information and I'm always going to be there. But if you give me nonsense and drama, I'm going to check out quick, like quicker than SF pulling his shit off of or pulling his shit off of X. Forrest says, be careful, lady. These people are nuts, so they think they can take anyone down, including Jen Koff. I know, it's weird. Like, they talk so badly about her. Poor Brittany J. I hate that. I hate watching other people getting hurt, and then sometimes I would think to myself, in these last couple months, I'd be like, they're going to move on to somebody else eventually, or people get it worse. But then it's like, but here I am hoping that they don't do it to me anymore, but I don't want them doing it to someone else. It's terrible. It's just, but I am being careful for us. I am. I have protection and things like that. Like, I'm an excellent shot. So if anybody ever tries to like show up on my doorstep, there's a couple little crazy ones out there that I think might try it. They're definitely trying to get my address. I mean, really trying hard. But it's pretty private, thankfully. But it's hard because, I have people that'll say, I'd like to send you something. And then I think, well, I don't know if you should, because I don't want to give out my address and things like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, here for info, Carrie, and that's the most important thing, because these cases are more important than any of the manufactured crap that these people are putting out there. You know, it's just it's a distraction. It's a big distraction. Tony says they can't even debate the issue to their chat. No, it's MF for here and MF for there. Yep, no vocabulary. I'm African and English second language, and I think I can hold the conversation. You can a lot better, like you said. Well, and that's the thing, they're always resorting to the name calling. Another thing that's very highly disgusting, in my opinion, is one woman telling another woman that she needs to get a man, and, but not saying it nicely like that, saying it in a very vulgar way. I've had to take off people who were causing trouble on my channel as well, and it's funny, when you get rid of the people that are causing the trouble, all of the trouble goes away. It's really amazing how that works. So I know who you are and what you are doing. Yes, I did. Couponing, I did. I don't know why YouTube does the balloons. I don't know why couponing, they are, Sasha. It's crazy. It's crazy. And and the thing is I think, the more that you ignore them and, don't give them any type of like reaction, really, I think most of it is like they want to get that reaction, right? And the hard part is, and what I really commend Seth and his team for, is they're taking it the legal way, because when you defame somebody's character, you can get sued, you know what I mean? And I'm not afraid to sue anybody, by the way, and that's going to be the next step. It's just getting all of this information together, and that's kind of what I was talking about with Seth and the RICO. It's like it takes so long to get all of that information, and then plus there's always so much coming out every single day. Just when you think you've reported everything, you find out that there's more, and you have to go report that, and then you have to add that to your report, and then you have to be like, okay, this happened on um 327, 2025, this person posted this, and this is their whole information, and everything like that. And so I'm just really lucky to have all of the information that I need to make sure that the reports are accurate and things like that, which I did get a head start on it, because exactly, and this is really important, guys, if you're dealing with this, and I'm sorry if you are, or if you've ever had to deal with it, because it's crap. Get ahead of it, though, so you don't feel overwhelmed the minute that they start doing weird shit, like, trying to find out where your address is, because there's nothing good that's going to come of that, right? They're trying to intimidate you at the very least. So, make a report. There's cyber stalking divisions there, because this is a federal crime, right? And even when I spoke with my local law enforcement officers, they took the report, but they also, made me fully aware, which of course I'm in true crime, so I understand the way it works. But that these are active federal crimes that these people are committing, and so it is absolutely in the jurisdiction of the federal government and not local law enforcement. So just kind of to let you all know that if you ever have to go through a process like that, always do it on a federal level, unless these people are living in the same state as you are. Then you can most definitely go to the state level cyber stalking division. So it's important to kind of know, it really is. Yeah, that's the thing. They're dragging it out so long. Detroit, like, I seriously thought they would have got bored with it like a month in, and now it's just like keeps going. And I'm like, oh, well, like, I really, and I'm not trying to seem like I'm a bump on a log or anything, but I'm just like, well, I just add it to the report, like there's already reports out there. So, but it is like weird. It's weird. Like, I don't expect people to ever be so interested in my me, I guess. I want them to be interested in Sebastian, I want them to be interested in Crystal's case. I want them to be interested in Harmony. I want them to be interested in Summer. I want them to be interested in little Audrey. Her story really, really got to me. Audrey Cunningham, guys. It did when it came out. I followed it very closely, and it still is something where I hope that there is some better reform out there. Because if we don't report these people and we keep it closed, then we don't know about it, and they're going to go on and hurt more people, and that's what happened with little Audrey. Her life was taken, and it wouldn't have been if if her family was aware of this person living on their property, but they weren't aware of it. And Carrie says it would be nice if everyone put out what they find out and share info, work together. Exactly. Yes, Carrie, exactly. For the greater good of Sebastian or whoever we're helping. And, I agree with that too. Like, I would never oppose somebody that reached out to me and be like, hey, do you want to compare notes with me? Because I have a lot of stuff, and maybe you might not know things, or can you help me fill in the blanks? Or I think I can help you fill in the blanks. Like, I try to be a humble person and open, so like if somebody even said, I think I could teach you a thing or two, I'd say, okay, what do we got? And I would give it a chance. And I would love to see that, Carrie. So thank you for saying that, because I've said it for a really long time where I didn't understand why everybody didn't want to get together and compare notes, but I'm understanding now with all of this, especially reading over the RICO, especially hearing other people's stories who have come to me behind the scenes and told me what they've gone through with this specific group of people, and also other situations that have nothing to do with this specific group of people, which leads me to believe that it's worse than I thought, right? Because again, if this was an isolated incident just with these psychopaths that I'm dealing with, then it would be maybe more localized. But instead, it's like a definite YouTube trend for people to be just completely psychotic, and try to hurt you behind the scenes, and try to find out where you live. Like, it's weird. Like, I don't know what you're going to find when you get here, but it's not going to be a happy camper. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, I'll defend myself. So don't forget that you're stepping foot on my property at that point. Just saying, it's not a smart move. But they're not intelligent. They're very reckless. They're very reckless in their behavior, and we see that. We can see it when they fire up Alive and go nuts. It's not normal. It's not normal behavior. And Forrest says, yeah, but why be so sneaky and say it to your face, bring it out in the open? But they have a lot of to hide dirty people. They do. And, they don't want anybody doxing them, and they would throw a fit if somebody said their real name, even their real first name on, Alive, which I'm it's just, again, it's not my style to do that. I don't want anybody who was maybe mad at a comment that they made 6 months ago try to go find them at their home and hurt them because they're also psychotic. Like, I think about that and how I would feel if I was in the middle of any of that or had anything to do with it, any type of affiliation with it. I wouldn't be able to live with myself. I really wouldn't. I don't aim to hurt anybody. I never would want to hurt anybody. And so, you know, it's just, you know, it's, they are dirty. I mean, and Tony says, James Cooper, 100% true. You can feel Lady Freedom's, oh, thanks, Tony. Care for people in the cases. We are her people. You guys are my people. I love you guys. You guys are my tribe. And like, I was upset, Tony, about the other day. I was still upset when I watched the crap show again. And I'm like, can you just not say sorry to him? Because you kind of said that he was somebody else. And that's the thing too, to keep in mind too, because the people that are her closest surrounding people did not tell her, like, hey, look, you got the wrong person, you got to apologize. Like, she just kept going and going, and they're just sitting there laughing at her because they did the same thing to me. They were very hateful and tried to ruin my channel. So, and they're still trying to do it. I just didn't like fall in line, so they're pissed, you know, and now they're out for a vendetta. And Sasha says, have to be calm and tell them, get the fuck the fuck away from me. I will not be bullied. As far as abuse, I challenge it to prove it, no problem. And I'm not scared at all. Let's get it. Yeah, sue me. Well, and that's the thing, you know, I think it's important to talk about that aspect, Sasha. I do. And, you know, I don't think that it's off the table or that it should be. You know, it's a very profound part of this case, right? And kind of has to do a lot with the domino effect, has to do a lot with maybe a motive, in my opinion. Same thing with the custody. It's the same thing to me, you know. And Detroit says, Tony, I know they found her in the prison dart with her remains. Oh, it's frustrating that they didn't arrest him on the spot. So strange. Yeah, and see, we see a lot of that kind of stuff go on, and it's just good that there are people that are interested in talking about it too. So I appreciate you guys for that too, because it's like, some people don't want to look at it, some people don't want to see it, you know, but then there's other people that are willing to take a look at it and be like, okay, I see exactly what's going on here. The more that we have, the more awareness we can bring, you know. And James says, I went on the hate channel to hear what they was talking about, and then they started talking about haters or being bullies. That is a very bad example for children around the world to see grown adults. Oh, James, I know it. I know. Yeah, see grown adults acting fools like that. I agree. And that's why we have the bullying in the schools so bad, because they watch it at home. And the parents, you know, when something bad happens, the parents are like, I don't know why they're bullying people. That's not how I raised them. Bull crap, you didn't raise them like that. Come on. You know? That's right. I will submit the proof of abuse to prove my statement of truth. Yeah, and you know, we just do. We have to document all of that stuff, because that, just backing it up, having receipts, that's the most important thing, you know. And Carrie Starr says a lot of negative info they put out on people are public records, but a lot of those public records ask if it's for personal use only. To me, that means not doxing for others with it. Yeah, well, and that's the thing, Carrie, what they're doing is completely illegal. Like, you can't just put like people's personal information all over online. That's the reason why, like, even in this document, so whoever posted this document was professional. And I'll just show you guys an example of professional reporting, right? Because you have a big box over the person's address. That's Steve Fisher's address. You know, I don't want to know his address. Why would I? Hey, Lady Dog. Good to see you, Lady Dog Lover. You know, it's to be, right. It's just to only right. You wouldn't want your kids' stuff splashed around. I mean, hell, when they did that to Queen Bee's kids, I was upset. You know, and I'm not her friend. I don't watch her. You know what I mean? But I didn't like hearing that. That's disgusting. I don't want her kids to be in danger. God, no. You know how bad I would feel if I heard somebody's kids were in danger, got hurt from this nasty online shit. I mean, it'd make me sick. I don't care if I liked the person or didn't like them. You know, it's just like not ever crossing over to that hate unless they really do something horrible to you. And even the people that are doing horrible things to me right now, I don't hate them. I pity them. I don't hate them. I feel sorry for them. They don't have anything better to do. They don't have good in their life, obviously. Um, and Forrest says they're after you because you are a truth channel. They don't like the truth. I think so too, Forrest. I think so too. Um, I think that it has a lot to do with that, and then like the jealousy in between, um, you know, is what really started it. But I also think that they don't, they want me to jump on the bandwagon because this is the crazy part about YouTube. If I was to sit here and night after night talk about the same ugly people that are doing these things to me, their channel numbers would probably go up. And that's what they're trying. A lot of it has to do with that too, is that they don't want to work hard to um, get a lot of followers, subscribers, people in the community who want to come in and chat and things like that. It all goes into, YouTube and the analytics and everything, the algorithm. They don't want to work hard to get into that. They just want to use their hate to get into that. And, I hope it fails because it's like rewarding bad behavior, and I can't stand that. But, again, I agree. So thank you for saying that. Um, I'm not a stalker. Oh my gosh, Detroit, you're so hilarious. You're the bomb, Diggity, please. And it sucks because, I have to sit here and be like, I don't know. It just sucks. I hate talking about, I hate talking about it. It just drives me bananas. It does. Carla says, Lady Freedom, yes, I was angry that Audrey's dad would not let her talk to her mom on the phone. Oh gosh, Carla, I'm on the same page. Yep. And see her, she had drugs in her past. Yeah, he let the pedo live in the yard and be alone with her and babysit her. And he was talking to the mom behind the scenes trying to get her alone with Audrey and everything too. Yeah, Carla, that poor little girl. I'm glad the grandparents are doing something now, but they were also the ones that were trying to keep her away from her own biological mom. In my opinion, that's wrong. That stuff needs to stop too, that vindictiveness in the family court system. And unfortunately, I think that the family court system kind of breeds that, right? Pay a lawyer, go after each other, may the one that has the best lawyer win, and the judge just sits up there and lets it all happen. Meanwhile, the children fall through the cracks, and probably because the dad had the help of the grandparents to keep the child away from her mother, who she needed in her life, her mother, in my opinion, Audrey's mother loved her and, would never let anybody hurt her, yet they were keeping her away from her mother and letting her go with the pedo. And it's just a shame. It's a shame. And it's like, protect your kids from the right people. Don't protect them from a parent who cares just because you're vindictive, is my, point. But thank you, Carla. I appreciate that so much, because I was wondering if I was the only one that saw that story that way. My heart went out to her mom. It really did. Carla says, Audrey's case has really bothered me. I couldn't let her off of my mind for months. It really bothered me too. It really did. Oh, they're just awful, Detroit. It really did. And I was glad the other day when they're saying they're trying to pass a law too, because I think that's important. I don't want to blame the grandparents for that because they didn't know. But I think that it was like a hard lesson learned, but at whose expense was it? Was at Audrey's expense, because she's not here anymore to live her life. And oh my gosh, you guys, if you haven't seen Audrey Cunningham, she is just a little doll, just as cute as she can be, a whole life ahead of her. It's just awful. Sasha, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put that up there. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Well, and I don't think the TBI should be doing that to anybody, but I will say Tennessee, one thing I learned about Tennessee is that like you can't just, get a FOIA request, right? If you don't live in Tennessee. So you have to be a resident of Tennessee, which I found to be, interesting, different. Because usually like FOIA is supposed to be like a federal thing. And so I think it's weird that that doesn't fall under the umbrella, but, um, and Carrie says, not a good idea at all to spew hate, dox people. Yeah, some people are mentally unstable enough to carry out things threatened by creators. Then they come across gun owners at their, yeah, personal homes. Terrible. Yeah, and that's the thing. They're not considering that, right? That in their little vigilantism that they think is really fun and cool because they want to be a part of something. And I understand we all want to be a part of something, right? I mean, that's human nature. But at the end of the day, when they're doing things like showing up to people's houses, they don't know who they're showing up to. You know what I mean? And I'll tell you, I have a lot of witnesses, like my neighbors are, older people, and they don't let like strange people come in their neighborhood, like even when I first moved here, like, and I would be, down at the pool, or we have like a really nice dog park. We have all kinds of things around to do and things like that. They'd be like, "Oh, which one do you live in?" And making sure that I lived here and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because they want to make sure they feel safe in their community. They're not going to let anybody come in here and wreak havoc in our community. And I feel like that when it comes to you guys. Um, I especially feel that way for Seth. I especially feel that way for Jana. You're not wreaking havoc in my community. Um, so I've been very, very proactive, very, very proactive. Um, and just making sure. Gannon love horses. Oh my goodness, poor Gannon. And Letitia Stout reminds me so much of Chris Proudfoot, like that step parent, right? Even though he's a man, she's a woman, but that vibe, when Chris said, "Oh, he's just a child," and things like that, or how Letitia was asking and demanding that the public give her an apology. Oh, are you kidding me, woman? You're crazy. You think the public is going to give you an apology for what you did to that baby? Um, nope. Tony Fire says, I told her it was me that told her off in Josh chat because she was crying after she spinned him a shit story, yeah, about Justin and Seth, and that is why I told her exactly how I felt. Well, I would be upset too if somebody was like, this person is impersonating this other person. Like, you just can't do that. There's a lot of accusations that get spewed around the channel, and I don't think that that's fair, at all. Um, None of us are going to do it perfect. We all are going to make mistakes and things like that. But I agree. I mean, I think you did exactly what you should have done. Stuck up for yourself, because it was getting very much like, um, what was the game plan for your community to attack one person because you thought it was another person? Like, to me, that's the bully. We have to try to really look hard to identify who these bullies are, because they pretend as quickly as they do something to somebody, they're playing the victim, just like SF, and Hong. They were both dishing it out to each other. Um, you know, they just were. They were both dishing it out to each other. And then all of a sudden, here comes SF running to get a restraining order. And it's, to my knowledge, Hong lives like up in Pennsylvania, and then SF lives clear across the country in California. So, I mean, I don't know. It just seems a little silly. Funtuski, yes. Tylee and JJ, Harmony, Cupcake McKenny, aw, Summer, Monkey Vaughn. All these children were failed by their parents or step parents, in my opinion. Well, Monkey, I should say, he isn't one that were, well, I don't think his parents failed him. I think Brandy is a really great mom, and I don't know, my heart just goes out to her. Man. but no, I mean, just when you started naming off all the kids, I was like, and Monkey too, but you're right. Yeah. I mean, and Tylee and JJ, that was a whole deal where the mom picked, you know, um, picked the stepdad over the kids, big time, big time. Thanks, Funtuski. And Carrie Starr says projection is a big problem. Truth also brings out the worst in those not being truthful. Then they project what they are doing onto others as if it's not them. Exactly. And that's a big part of it, and also reading in that RICO filing, I'm like, I can see that happening. I watched it happen here. I experienced it. It's very odd. It's very odd. I just can't believe that more people aren't like keen to it, like, because there's people that are like falling into it that are super smart and intuitive, and I don't understand why it's so. But see, people can be so manipulative too, so um yeah. they need to go they need to go to Walmart for those activities. They need to do something, just go have fun. Hey, couponing, I hope you have a good night. Thanks for being here. Yeah, Detroit. It's bad, Sasha. I understand Sasha too. Yeah. Um, she lost her marbles about Ellie. Then Justin said you can't say that. Julie Seth trust him. Then Justin, Seth, and Ellie got a piece of her mind. We did not keep quiet. Then she claimed bullied. Well, and I thought everybody was being fine. I didn't see anybody doing any bullying in the chat. You know what I mean? It was an overreaction, in my opinion. It's okay for her little crew of people to dox and bully other people, but hell, if anybody even says one thing to her that she doesn't like, automatic, it's bullying. Bull crap. And I'm here to tell you, Justin is the sweetest person. He is not a bully. No way, shape, or form. Justin tries to figure out what's going on, evaluates the situation. He tries to stay away from the drama altogether, but then again, when you're on YouTube, it finds you. You have no choice after a while. They'll push you until you defend yourself, basically. And that's what I feel like was happening. And my experience with Justin is just a very kind, compassionate, caring person who cares about the cases and doesn't want the drama. That's the kind of friend I want, not the ones that'll do things in behind the scenes. Or I don't want you guys to let me accuse somebody of something and just sit up here and laugh at me and be like, well, Lady Freedom's got it wrong. Haha, this is going to be funny for a clip tomorrow. Like, I would rather you guys tell me, like, please say, Lady Freedom, I think you're misinformed. Or a perfect example was when I was, because look, we all do it, right? But I was blaming, Chris Proudfoot's dad for being the one who threatened Nina with the baseball bat, right? But I had only listened to the interview like one time. It was very hard for me to listen to, and I didn't like go back to it. I think I took like a piece out of it and used it in a video, but it wasn't something that I had edited through. So, I didn't watch it over and over like I usually do with some videos. And I had gotten it wrong. And so you guys were letting me know. And I appreciate that so much. Like, please never be afraid that I'm going to be like a dictator up here. Like, you're blocked for life for telling the truth, or you're blocked for correcting me or disagreeing. Like, because that's not what I want. If I get it wrong, please, by all means, because then I felt bad for, even saying that was Chris's dad, because I don't know, he could be watching. He could be like, this Lady Freedom lady's a nut and she thinks I did this and it was really Bower Socks, So I don't want to do that, because that was a strong accusation as well. In my opinion, what happened to you, Tony Fire, was a very strong accusation. It was wrong. It was wrong and wrong, like, you don't do that, and it was completely incorrect. But yeah, so I made sure, and I'm almost positive, and if I didn't apologize for it, I will right now too, just for good measure. But I'm sorry to Chris Proudfoot's dad that I said that he did that when it was really Terry Bower Socks, but we fixed it in the live that night because of you guys being so diligent and honest and everything, which means a lot to me, because you know that means that you guys want good information out there. Those are the people that I want in the community. You know, I'm not afraid to protect our community from people who like to spread misinformation. You know, yeah, and I believe that if somebody doesn't want to be in it, then don't. But yeah, it's it just goes so much deeper. It just goes so much deeper. Hey, the path. The path says someone traced me from a social media post and killed. Oh no. My cat by my front door. They left a note. Police did nothing. Be careful. Oh my God, the path. See, and that's, you know, the kind of psychotic crap that I've been dealing with really on, you know, to be honest. And I definitely don't want that. And, you know, in Crystal's case, that's why I've been very hesitant and careful. Oh my God, the path. I cannot believe I'm I'm so sorry. I'm like mortified. I can't even believe how sick people are. Just sick. Oh my God, cat. I think they should be looking for information all around the day. You know, Sasha, that whole weekend, like I want to know what happened the week before. Like when he was at his dad's house, he came back home. How was that week? Was there anything crazy going on? I agree. Um, See, yeah, but the yellow jacket lives in Pennsylvania, allegedly, Detroit Rock City says, and I believe, I don't know who I think, here we go again. I don't know who I think the yellow jacket guy is, you know? It's terrible, little Miss Sharon. It's terrible. Sharon. Franceschi says Adam Forever 21. Chris McDonough did turn in the videos before he posted them. Allegedly, Chris said that LE did contact him. Yeah, I do remember that, Funtuski. Thank you. Thank you. Totally messed up. Totally messed up. Uh-oh, you're no more green? Uh-oh. You know, guys, you guys didn't take anything Tony said down, did you? No, see, you should be good, Tony. Oh, maybe the membership thing. See, that's the thing. I think if you have a membership, it's green. I think that's it. I'm sorry. I'm so bad with that too, identifying what's, you know, unless it's on comments, because I could see the emoji thing. But in here, I think it is just green. Um, Suing me would be a big fat disappointment. If I get robbed, I'm telling them I'll help you look for the money. That's how I feel, Adam Forever 21. That's why I make that joke in the beginning when Rocky says, sue me for what? You know, because I mean, you know, I'm just an empty nester, you know. I don't like to live like in a great big place and stuff. I feel a lot more safe in like a small environment. And I don't know if that's, you know, false sense of safety, or if it's just something that, like, I don't know, it, you know, and I feel safe in the community I'm in. So that's so funny though. The path says, yes, I know who it is, or who it was. They messaged me. Oh my, no, my address and killed my cat half hour later. Oh my God, the path. Like that is some deranged, like that is some next level shiz that they need to like make sure that they get that kind of a person off the street, in my opinion. Anybody that could hurt an animal, or anybody for that matter, I just, I'm so sorry. That's got to be so infuriating that they wouldn't do anything. Oh my God. James, I remember that somebody blocked, but see, and that was the thing, like, you didn't say anything wrong. That wasn't wrong, you know? That wasn't wrong, what you said. I remember that, and I was totally fine with it. And but see, there was people that were blocking people in my chats, and I tried to explain this, but when you try to, you know, text somebody and reach out to them and be like, "Hey, I experienced that too. You need to get rid of certain mods," and they don't listen to you, there's only like so much that you can say or do to those people, right? You're like, I tried, you know, I really did try to help you. I wasn't trying to be mean or anything. I wanted to let you know. But there were people that were blocking people on purpose. Um, And then the people would be upset with me, right? Thinking like, oh, Lady Freedom doesn't like me. Or they would think like even worse, like that they did something wrong, which they didn't, right? And then also I don't not like anybody. It's just I can't have like the bad stuff in the chat, so I have to be careful. But it's also, one of those things where I don't know. Oh, you deserved an apology, Tony. You did. And so does poor Tony Mathis, he deserves an apology too for that mess. That was like so wrong. Hey, Limelight Girl, good to see you. She says, like he says in the movie Kung Pao, it was bad and wrong. It was it was bad dog. Thank you. Thanks, Limelight Girl, for that. I needed that. That's too funny. It does, Adam Forever 21. And, I know there's really good judges and family court people out there. I do, but thank you for validating that, just because I don't know. It's just, it is a shame. It is a shame. And I think the more people that are aware, the more we could do something about it, because I do hate complaining without trying to figure out some kind of a solution. Um, Carla says, Sharon, exactly. Our mobile phones were yelling at us as we walked down the road. Our computer was a set of encyclopedias. Exactly, exactly. I know, but are they all connected? That's my big question. I'm beginning to think they are, Detroit, but I need to do like more research. Like I said, I really need to read through this RICO very carefully and figure out what's going on too, because there was just so many similarities. It was blowing my mind. And then I also like to hear Mr. E's perspective on things too. So I was trying to listen to his Mrs. E, and of course you guys know I think I've said it plenty of times here. I love Aunt E. Like I adore her. She's so hilarious. But I it's so hard to like take it all in. Carter doesn't answer, but I know he's listening. It's fine, not blocked. Well, I mean, I think it's hard for him to get back to everybody, and I think they're careful about who they get back to. Like I said, I think they mainly do Tennessee people. Um, Thank you. Thanks, Margaret. Green is the membership in Blues and Mod. Thank you. Thank you so much. Um, yeah, Detroit Rock City says in the Idaho 4 case before the unaliving happened, someone killed coyotes and left them on the doorstep, and the dog that was unalived. I remember the report about the dead coyotes. That is so weird. That case is another one that creeps me out. That Brian Koberger guy. Oh, good Lord. He is something else, in my opinion. He's weird. Um, I know, James. I know. And I felt so bad. That happened to a couple people in here, but it's amazing that it stopped right when one person was taken out of the mix. It was all one person doing it. And it was weird because they would text me and be like, this person's blocked. And I'm like, well, how did you know that? Like they tell on themselves eventually because again, they want to get like a rise out of me and they want me to feel unsafe and they don't want me doing my channel. They want it taken down like really, really bad. Like it's again next level. Gosh. And then, I'm so sorry, the path. Mm, 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 mm. You know. Funchesky, you're right, but that little girl was because her stepmom and bio mom got in fights. Stepmom was jealous of her. Yeah. And see, that really needs to stop. I mean, I get it. That's like it's part of life, jealousy and stuff like that. But, it's really important for the biological parents to, and nobody's perfect. It just sucks because you can't be letting people that are going to have a tumultuous relationship with your ex when you're co-parenting. That's really a bad idea, because it's never going to get better. You want somebody who's going to be understanding. And I will tell you, if you have a good stepmom situation with your ex-husband where he does marry a nice step parent, a good role model for your kids, please be nice to that person, because it could be way worse. Trust me when I say it could be way worse. Try to get along. I know it's hard though. I know it is. Aw. Adam Forever 21. I love that you do that. That is amazing. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Carrie, for doing that. Honestly, because somebody needs to do that for her. Like, that's why I started feeling bad for her, even though I knew she was the one doing the wrong. But it was like, is nobody going to tell you, like, that this isn't the same person and that you're being foolish? Like, because, like, what... When you have friends like that, who needs enemies? And I had to find that out the hard way. I did. I had to go find that out the hard way. And it does hurt when you think people are your friends and they're not. But in the same way, wouldn't you rather know? Because they're trying to wreck your channel. They're not your friends. They're anything but that. They're just lounging around your space to try to take you down. Town Chat Cafe, good to see you. How did they find out Yellow Jacket is from PA? Did they say what he was doing in Hendersonville, Tennessee? See, he apparently, well, because he looks like a guy that is a real estate lawyer in Pennsylvania. But see, I'm not convinced it's the same, like the Yellow Jacket guy is that guy. And I don't know what he would have been doing in Hendersonville. That's another, like, part where I can't make a connection. Town Chat Cafe, but it's good to see you in here. Lori says, I remember that to Detroit. I'm still calling Tony the star. Tony says, guys, we prayed for SF. It worked. Now let's pray for a break in Sebastian's case. I think results of a test and data to come back to Tennessee. Please let the mullet master and his sour socks family be cuffed. Amen. Amen, Tony Fire. Thank you. And I second that. We need to pray together. It's so powerful, right? Like, even though we don't realize it, but like, I think that there's so many of us praying together too. And thank you for saying that, because I mean, we need to find some sort of resolution and justice, and Sebastian needs to be found. He just does, Oh, he's crazy, Sasha. He's so scary. He's so scary. That guy is weird. I know, Maleficent. I just can't imagine. And the Path, you are such like a sweet, like obviously I don't know you on a personal level just from being in our community, but you're always such a sweet person. You're so smart. You have so much to bring to the table. And for somebody to have done that to you, it makes me absolutely sick. Thank you, Maleficent. She said, that's horrible, Path. I'm sorry that happened to you. It's just unbelievable. And it's always to the nice people, because people think that just because somebody's nice, it's a sign of weakness. And I'm here to tell you it's a sign of strength. And, some of the nicest people, I've seen them go full on spider monkey whenever you, hurt them, because a lot of times those people wear their heart on their sleeve and they care about other people a lot. When you're going to do something like that, usually it's kind of that fuck around and find out guy. You guys have ever seen that guy? It's like, he's like, this is what happens when you F around, and this is then you find out, with the little chart. It's hilarious, but it's true, No, I'm not sure of the last name. I am not. Tony says, Lady Freedom, give them a shade. Give them shade. They're busy digging their own hole. I know they really are. And that's the thing. Like, that's why I kind of just sit back most of the time, and just kind of, well, I mean, they're probably gonna bury themselves, and especially like, some of the things that had happened in the beginning. I was just like, again, feeling sorry for the people that were actually being, such crazy people in the situation, but they like did it to themselves. And so I had to be like, mm, you know, all right. Good night, James. Thank you so much for being here. You're all in my prayers. He says, thank you very much, Lady Freedom, for being true. Don't ever change. I'll try not to, James. You guys are so amazing. And like I said, you guys are what makes it great in here. You guys are awesome. Um, just awesome, awesome. Yeah, Town Chat Cafe. I know, I know. And see, I never got too far into that because I kind of took Chris's word for it when he came up on the Web Sleuths panel, but that would be something to kind of explore. Because I know. Good night, James. Thank you so much. I'm right behind you guys because I'm going to have to go and read through this RICO stuff some more and kind of put it all together. But I do want to echo what you guys were saying too, is just to, and what Tony said, just make sure we're praying together, and I know it doesn't make any sense, Margaret. It doesn't. I don't understand it either. And honestly, um, it's just sometimes you just can't like really justify or like reconcile in your brain some of the crazy stuff people are doing, because they're not rational. It's not a reasonable response. It's just more or less like they're just so mad, and I thought, maybe once people can simmer down a little bit, get a clearer head about it, but I don't think that that's ever going to happen. And I think I really like mistook people, you know what I mean, for being reasonable, and the people that weren't reasonable at all, so um yeah, CP's nickname is Lucky 100%. I agree. um oh, I didn't hear about that one. Town Chat Cafe, I didn't hear about that. They definitely have some strange characters in there. Good night, Lori. Thank you so much for being here. They have some strange characters in the family, and I try not to get too much into it, but it's just hard, not to, because there's a lot of weird goings on. Um, and the path says, thank you for your kind words. He was a real sweet boy, that cat. Oh, she actually poisoned both my, oh, no. One died, the other survived with a stroke. Oh, baby. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Oh, he missed his brother so much. Oh, gosh, the path. I mean, it takes a sick person to do that. That is like the most evil shit. Mm-mm. I am so freaking sorry. I mean, oh, God. Mm-mm. I'm so sorry. That is so freaking messed up. Um, I'm hoping and I'm praying for you that person does not continue on. I don't know if they get satisfied with doing something like that and then they leave you alone for a while or what, but I'm so sorry. I can't even believe. I mean, I really can't. It's like you can't wrap your mind around, again, something so illogical and disgusting. Um, because, well, your cat, he didn't deserve that. Neither one of them did. Um, no. No, they don't. They don't deserve it at all. Um, and I'm always really like hesitant to like ever let my beagle eat anything like off the ground or anything like that, because you never know, because some people are sick like that and they just throw things around and oh well, I don't care. They're so sick. It's so sick. Just go to Mr. E. It's better to hear him read it. Detroit. That's what I was trying to do earlier a little bit, because I do like they're really smart people, right? Like they're analytical people in my opinion. And I wanted to hear, I really wanted to hear what they had to say. I did. And but I didn't get through it. Like I came in and like the ending of it, and then I was also like, then I went back to the beginning, but I didn't have enough chance to listen. But I did take some good notes, and like I said, I shared as much as I could with you guys tonight. And then I'll probably just bring in key points, you know, from what I find. Um, oh, okay. Got in trouble for beating up somebody that he lived with in Las Vegas years ago, and he was the type that could definitely hurt someone. Like, oh, Town Chat Cafe. That's awful. That's awful. Tony Fire says, interesting story you're reading, Rico. Where can I get it? Remember in the Jones. Oh, yeah, you're in Jonesboro. Yes. Excuse me, Johannesburg. It's even possible. I like to read. I read our country state capture report, 5 big files. Okay, Tony. If you want, email me at Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives, and I will send you the link. And then all you do is click the link and put the case number in, and you know, you have all of it. I mean, it's a lot of reading too. You'll enjoy it, I think, if you like to read everything, you know, like that. Which I do too. I think it's important to kind of get a full understanding of it. And Adam Forever 21 says, Pat, did you have any cameras? That's sad. I'm so sorry that you had to go through that. It's just completely awful. It's just completely awful. And as a friend with the last name Guy, those names are part of CP's side of the family. Yes, they are. They are. All the guys, yes. Oh, good night, Funtuski. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. See you on the flip side. Oh, thank you, Maleficent. I'll check it right when I get off here. Yeah, I know, Sasha. Oh my goodness. I know, Carla. That's what I'm saying. And see, this is what they want. They want to like destroy you or upset you so badly that you fly off the handle. You know, they love that shit. God, I just can't even imagine. I'm so sorry, Path. Gosh. It's sick. Sick people that do that. Night Love Horses. Oh, yes, Town Chat Cafe. It's just my channel name with no apostrophe at gmail.com. So Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives at gmail.com. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot, Detroit. It is. It's a lot. Aw. I just can't believe somebody would hurt a poor defenseless animal that did not deserve that crap. Just because of their psychotic nature and, you know, weird. You just have to be a sick individual. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you so much. Carla says, did you catch that they are making money off the pics they had inside the courtroom? That was a big deal since cops came in court 2 times to check if the pics were being taken. Then they took their phones. I did not know that. No, I did not know that, Carla. Oh, crud. Oh, that's going to be something. And see, those are the things that like kind of just like trigger me in general, because I'm like, holy cow, if oh God, I just can't imagine dealing with what Seth has got to deal with like that. It's why, you know, why? Torres connection to KP. Oh, yeah, Detroit wants to know, Path, did you have cameras? Because I just, you know, and that's another thing that bothers me, and I hate to bash at law enforcement, because I know a lot of people out there, again, care. And they're like, hey, this is bad. We don't condone this. We don't, but it's like sometimes it makes you wonder if you just got the wrong person, that to show up that day, because I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't do anything about it. I'm so sorry. And that's got to be, I mean, when something like that happens, it's just like insult to injury, right? Because it's like you're already in a position where you've had the worst thing to happen, and then you call who you're supposed to call and they don't do anything about it. It's just awful. And that's why it's important to to not join in with these people, because if they don't get the reaction that they're looking for, per se. I'm just gonna cut this real quick. If they don't get the answer the reaction that they're looking for, or people following after them and thinking it's a good idea, then they'll most likely stop. But if they get like attention from it, then it's going to continue on, right? It's just going to keep going. And it's not going to stop. And, because they're getting a reaction, they're getting a rise, they're getting attention. Those are the main reasons why people do kind of stuff like that, in my opinion, is that they're just trying to get attention. They're just trying to please somebody else, like in the higher chain of command in their silly little weird world, because I'm definitely just not the type of person where if somebody says, well, don't talk to that person, I'm not gonna just not talk to that person anymore. I really value like the how do I say it? My experience with someone is going to trump somebody else telling me don't hang out with that person. And maybe that's, because I feel like that's a very immature way of handling oneself as it is. But just because somebody tells me something bad about somebody, I don't automatically believe it. I go back in my mind and I think, okay, did this person ever lie to me? Did this person ever hurt my feelings? Did this person ever lie to someone else and I witnessed it, or talk bad about someone else behind their back? Because if they're doing that to one person, then it's a pretty good guess that they do that to me. Things like that. But then there's the level of like what our friend the Path had to go through, and it's just like a whole other level of disgusting crap. And that's what these people are capable of if we allow them to continue on with it, in my opinion, And Sasha says the house on Stafford was worth almost $700,000. Interesting. And they own other properties, and we got a real estate attorney and Torres. What is really going on there? And what was really going on in San Diego with Torres? See, I'm not familiar with Torres either, Sasha. Basher Row, these people were roommates of KP's. Okay. I know, I'm with you too, Carla. What's a Torres? Okay, that's interesting. That's really, really interesting. Wow. Okay. And it was KP's roommate in San Diego. Okay. I'm going to have to look that up and do a little bit more digging on that. Okay. Okay, thanks, Tony. I'll get that link over to you too. I'm going to check my emails right when I get off of here. I just didn't know if our friend the Path wanted to share any more about what happened. Oh my God, I'm like beside myself with that crap. That is just disgusting and horrible. And I'm so disappointed in the way that people don't, they indiscriminately hurt whoever they have to in their path, Thank you, Tony. Oh, KP had a lot of people. Now, was that like in the military housing, like the barracks or something? Or did she have roommates after her relationship with Chris, possibly? Or excuse me, her relationship with Seth, possibly? Oh, fast people search. I got you, Sasha. I know some of those are real accurate. Some of them are not. I'm always hesitant. Oh, yippee, it's raining here. I'm going to have a nice read. Yes. Yes, I love reading when it's raining. It's so nice and calming, Tony. I agree. Um, well, great. I'm going to send you that over. Um, so guys, let's definitely add our friend the path to our prayer list. I just can't imagine going through that. That has got to be the very worst of the worst of humanity, honestly. Gosh, I'm so disturbed by that. So let's all say prayers for her. We love you, the path. Thank you for sharing that and just bringing awareness to what some kind of crazy assholes can do when they want to be psychotic and disgusting. And, while you guys are out there, just try to not participate in it, please. Because I know it's hard, but and people can get sucked into it, and you might not think that you know somebody, but you really don't, and things like that. It's just, it's not worth it though to hurt somebody at that level, and that level of crazy is not okay. And even if you don't like someone, it's just not right. Not liking someone isn't a reason to hate them totally, but thanks, Jocelyn. And thank you guys all so much. You guys are like the most awesome people ever in YouTube history. No, I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean. I appreciate you guys a lot. I do. I do. Oh, I see, Sasha. Okay. It's just pretty quick and thank you, my friend. When you can, the path karma will get them. Yeah. Only time. Yes, and it's when they least expect it. I really believe that, Tony. I've saw that. I think a lot of us have, just kind of play out in real life, and sometimes it's even worse for the other people, and you're like, oh man, I wouldn't expect that to happen, but it is. I believe it does happen. The karma, I really do. You're welcome, Path. Of course, we love you. We do. Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine. It just happens to the best of people. No, I've never done a fast person search, Sasha. I have not. I've done it on people who I was suspicious of in my own, circle and stuff like that, but never like KP or CP. Thank you. Fast people search. Yes. Yeah, you could research associates as well, names as well. Yeah. Yeah. And some of it's not like super accurate, but some of it is. Yes, what if one of their kids? Yeah, exactly, Tony. Yeah, further poo. Yeah, yeah. And nobody wants that. Thanks, Rickard. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I'm going to get off of here, but I am going to go read it too. I'll be reading it right along with Tony Fire. We'll be up there reading this stuff. But yeah, I'm interested to go back and listen to Mr. E because I was at a point where, and they just do a really good job. He's a good reader. I enjoy listening to people who are good readers. So, Detroit, I love you all so much. I've had anxiety for the past week. I'm still waiting and praying. Oh, I know. It's enough to make you anxious as heck, Love you too, Detroit Rock City. Love you, all of you guys. Thank you all so much for being here, and I will talk to you tomorrow. Thank you.